rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles,
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
All right. Shout out to Kev, on top of business, ASAPery. That's crazy. That's crazy. I ain't even get to mention new book. Yeah, I ain't even get to mention new book. I have not even mentioned new book. That is epic right there. Definitely appreciate you for that. Yeah, that's what's up. I definitely appreciate that. That's what we're going to talk about. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the new book, right? We might even go into the new book. We might even take a little peek into the new book. The book was coming. The book was coming for a long time. You know, the book was long overdue. You know, we had a nice winter recess. Yeah, we had a winter recess. That's what we had. Jed School had a winter recess. Yeah, schools have recess. We had a winter recess. That's where we was at. We was on winter recess. But this book was long overdue. Right? And obviously, we had been in our bag. We had been in our bag circling around the information for some time. Right? We had been circling around the information for some time. Meaning, we spent a good amount of time talking about Shu. Right? And I think this book helps us put a lot of things together. We spent a lot of time talking about Christ, the QRS.T complex, Kepra, the biology in the Bible. Um, I seen on Sonetta's page, I seen on Unk's page, I seen on a bunch of those other pages, people taking talking points. Like our talking points have once again, as usual. I don't know why I should think anything different, but our talking points are our consciousness. Like we lead consciousness. Um, so this book was long overdue in terms of bringing some points together, some very 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 crucial points, and then also connecting them with actual real-time history, like what's happening in the world today with the economy, with gold and all of those things, but then also connecting them throughout history and bringing them full circle, right? So we have been talking about golems and corpses and just things that do not have if you do not have books of the food, songs of the vitamin, number one, books of the food, songs of the vitamins, number two, books of the food, songs of the vitamins, number three. And now today, Friday the 13th, we just released books are the food, songs of the vitamins, number four. Right? We just somewhere else with the information. We're somewhere else with the information. Yeah. And no matter how much information is in these videos, because I try to go in, like I enjoy this. So I try to give it all up. It's just not enough time. It's just not enough time. It's not enough time. It's not enough space. And I am not you. We learn based on what we already know. We see, we hear based on what we already know. We don't see and hear with our eyes and our ears. We see and hear with our mind. So you have to absorb the information in order to have certain types of learning experiences, that resonate with you on a certain level, right? I mean, we going to get busy, we do what we do here, but it's a group setting. When you have the book and you're having the internal dialogue, is very personal. So, but yeah. Well, we have a few new songs came out over the winter break, right? All of the songs are still in the same playlist. I want to thank everybody who's been listening to the playlist, because the playlist is, so far, it is our most played playlist. Hopefully that makes English sense. It is our most played playlist. Actually, you know what? Without even playing any songs, I just want to look at the playlist real quick. Yeah, I want to look at the playlist real quick to make sure I'm telling the truth, because I might not be. I might not be. Okay. Um, me see what we got going on here. Yeah, people are not expecting us to be live today because we've been on winter recess. It's all right. They'll come back and see that they missed the live. All right, so here's the playlist. Oh, it doesn't show. Okay, my bad. I thought it showed. Okay, my bad. I thought it showed the numbers of how much times the playlist have been played. I guess I can only see that on this side. Okay, so let me stroll through it real quick. So the Desire in Christ playlist, which is the newest one with all the newest songs, is at 6,927. Our closest playlist after that is, what is this? We have one at 5,700. We have one at 3,600. Okay, wait a minute. We have one at 6,700. That's the partner music. The partner music is at 6,700 songs. Jesus music is at 4,000 something. So we got a few contenders, but no. This is yeah, we are in the lead here with 6,900. So this is dope that our newest playlist has the most plays. Right? It's dope that our newest playlist has the most plays because it's only been up for a few weeks. And it's almost at 7,000, 7,000, I guess, views or listens. So yeah, it's fire in there. Yeah, we got the usual suspects tuning in, right? The usual suspects tuning in. So, all right, so we got some ideas though. We got some ideas that we could probably just start slapping on the board. Just so that we have so that this stuff start making sense, right? We could probably start slapping some stuff together. Hold on. My hot water pot is whistling on the stove. All right. Yeah. Let that happen. Put that right there. Hopefully I don't burn my foot. All right. So what I was saying was that we've been making our rounds, right? Because we went into the Bible, right? And we revealed the main concept that we're going to come back around to over and over and over. Listen, we had winter recess, right? Jed School had winter recess. Any school, any college, elementary, middle school, whatever, high school, everybody got winter recess. We had winter recess, right? And it was a very important winter recess, as you will see when you get the book and you start going through this new book you're going to realize that this is a very important winter recess, right? There's so many different things that's tied to what just happened in the clouds. What just happened in the clouds is something that is, I mean, I could say it's epic, but if you don't really know all of the pieces, like it ain't gonna fully like, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta totally walk it down, because I can't have my people walking through this like zombies. What just happened? What just happened is the reason why America is the promised land. This is the magic. The magic just happened. Now the world is going to fight over this. The world is going to fight, because that's what the world do. Especially, you know, white folks that know better, you know what I'm saying? And other groups of initiated, you know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna what we're seeing, whether we're looking at the Epstein play, whether we're looking at what's happening with gold, whether we're looking at what's happening with oil, whether we're looking at potential new biblical wars and you know, Muslim, Jewish, this, that, like all of these things have everything to do with the weather, what just happened in the sky, right? And this is the reason why for so much years, right? Think about all of the occult, esoteric conspiracy theory, like videos and stuff, or even Masonic, Illuminati, whatever, right? What is like the evidence that they use? They go, look, and they've been using geometry to mimic astronomical alignments, or they've been tracking the stars with this and that and the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, so by the time, you know, y'all get your books, y'all go through the books, y'all will be more educated on that information than any group of Illuminati, Masonic, you know, Ivy League, initiate, whatever group, you know what I'm saying? Whatever group is educating their children, their neophytes, their babies on this information, you'll be in that group, right? You'll be in that group or ahead of that group. You'll know what's happening in the future because you'll know what happened in the past. It's not possible to know what's happening now or in the future if you don't know what happened before, right? So, yeah, we getting ready to go. Man, you gotta get that one. You gotta get that one. Yeah, I just pulled it right up. It just came up nice and easy for me. It just came up nice and easy. That's the first one. That's the first one. I said 4 books. I said Books of the Fool, Songs of the Vitamin, Volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Volume 1 is the one that you got to go to Barnes and Nobles to get, right? So all you got to do, the cheat code is, don't necessarily try to find the book, right, by the title. Just go over there and go to the search bar and just type my name in. If you type my name in, it'll pop up for you easy, right? If you type my name in, it'll come up for you easy, right? Go to Barnes and Nobles. don't know why it's not showing for you. Go to Barnes and Nobles and type in Inky Royale and hit the enter button. And the book pops right up. Boop. Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3 easy. Yeah. Look. Books are the food, songs are the vitamins. Nefer is irreducible complexity. But if you just type my name in, then you'd be straight. It should pop right up for you. It should pop right up for you, right? But it's a lot going on, and the history of what's happening right now is so crazy. It's everywhere. It's literally taken 100+ books to tell this story, right? And it centers around this concept that's really very, very, very well laid out in the Bible, right? It's very, very well laid out. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Telling folks that right there is one of the most important verses in the Bible. And it's overlooked. But it's very simple, and it's just right there on Front Street. Right? Okay. I just burned all of my mouth up. I just burned all of my mouth up. That was crazy. Yeah. That was crazy. I don't know what made me believe I could have a big guzzle of that. I just put the hot water in there. Trolling. All right, let me move this off of here. All right. So, who has Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 up? Who has that up? Anybody? Anybody have that up? Actually, I could have probably used that same share screen. Let me go back to that and just switch it up. Right? Let's go back to that and switch it up. Genesis 2, 7. All right, bam. This is the one. This is the one. Right? So let's explore a concept that we've been already exploring, and I've been building you guys understanding up. Like I said, it's taken over 100 books for us to get to the point where we can see it. And also get to the point where we should have patience with the people around us that aren't able to see it. Because remember, you don't see with your eyes and your ears, you see with your mind. They haven't done the study. So, first thing you got to do is educate yourself before you can educate the people around you. Right? So, we have spent some time here already. Right? We've spent some time on this. Lord formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Right? So we talked about the ground, or at least the original language associated with this verse, right? Because the original language totally changes this verse. It's totally, I'm going to say it changes it, but it gives you a lot more depth. right? So you get a you get this, right? You get this. You get Dom, right? Dom, Adam, and Adama, right? You get three things from man and the dust of the ground and just that whole beginning part right there, right? So you get, first thing you get, which is the hidden part. This is the hidden part. Blood. That's the hidden part that doesn't present itself readily available for you in the verse, right? The blood, right? We'll circle that, right? The blood is the hidden part. You don't get that right away. Let me see if this marker better. Oh, Jesus. That marker's terrible. Is this marker better? Okay, yeah, we cooking with this one. All right, so you can go in the emergency pile. We switch over here. All right, so then we get Adam, which mankind, right? Or humankind, right? Or a type of man, right? And then we get Adama, which means earth. Adama means earth, right? Because there was no separation in terms of the term or the concept in the earth and the ground, or like the dirt that comes from, you know, like it's even still people use those words synonymously, right? Earth can be used instead of the word soil. Right? Earth can be used instead of the word dirt, right? Dirt has now picked up its own context, right? To mean something bad, something toxic or poisonous or, you know, potentially harming, as opposed to just soil, right? Even the term soil can also mean dirty. Right? Like your clothes are soiled, you need to wash them, right? So we got to get into the language a little bit, and we've got to get into etymology, because we have to get into education, right? We spent a lot of time in the previous books talking about the church. Right? And when I say the church, I don't mean today's church. I love today's church. The pimp, the poverty pimps, and the PDFs and all that, we set them aside, right? But the institution, I love the institution. I love, you know, but I love religion, right? I love the masjid, the synagogue, you know, the temple, you know, I love those things. Yeah, I'm very, very acutely aware of the problem a lot of people have between a bad device and user error, right? So, Genesis 2, chapter 7. Another hidden aspect here, right? And we just in the first part of Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? But another hidden aspect is the theme that runs through all three of these. The thing that runs through the blood, man, and the planet. The thing that unifies them, right? The thing that unifies them is not here. It's not here because it's divine. It's not here because it's divine, right? It is the 26th. The 26th element on the periodic table. That is the thing that is missing here. Iron. Iron. Iron comes from where? Outer space. Iron comes from outer space. Right? I'm trying to move. Right? But we gotta realize that magnetism is going to be a very big part of the discussion, right? Because Kemetic meteorology, right? We forget that iron comes here on meteors. But again, we have to dig into these words. And I hope I did a good job in the book. I'm going to be honest. I hope I did a good job because this is such a big task. I've never felt so inadequate with a book before. You know what I'm saying? So to the ancestors, to God, to, you know what I'm saying? I hope I did good. Or at least, you know, open up open up the doorway enough, you know, for future, you know, for people to come by and behind me and do a better job with the topic or whatever the case may be. But iron comes here on meteorology. So even the term meteorology, right? It's like there's this whole, you know, and that's why we got to talk about education as well in the book, because in order to create a class system, and America is very much built on a class system, right? In order to create, maintain, sustain, and keep hitting a caste system, you have to put education. And so that's why there are many things that look like racism. There are many things. There is racism. There's overt racism. Racism hasn't went anywhere, right? But there are a lot of things that look like racism that are not racism. They have a lot more to do with education than race. But education is based on class or caste system, right? So it's confusing, especially if you don't understand how education put together, right? And it starts with the church, right? It starts with the church. Even though we didn't spend a bunch of time in this book on the church fathers or the early church system, because we've done that already in the previous books, right? And this is a series. This is volume 4, right? Books are the food, songs are the vitamin. So we didn't have to really go over that. It took up space, and the book is already thick. It's thick. And when I tell you the book is thick, I didn't put any, like, you know how in the back sometimes I'll have the prayer and I'll have like go to the website and these products and all that and a few advertise. I didn't put none of that stuff in the book, and it's still 500 pages. I didn't have room for none of that stuff to go in them. Like, so it's all just information. You know what I'm saying? It's all information. So, but the link between the church and the education system begins with Harvard. The link between the church and the education system of America is Harvard, right? Harvard is the number one, the very first corporation in America It's the first school. It's the first corporation. So you already have education and money in one place. You already have education and money in one place because the first corporation is also the first school. And the purpose of that school was to create a certain type of minister. So now you have the church. Right? So you got the church, money, the whole program right there. Boop. The church and the money come together to create education. That happens at Harvard. Right? And so from there is where you get the entire school system flows out of that. Right? So you get Ivy League schools, right? And the Ivy League schools, now mind you, this information here is, okay, let me say this. There's a reason why the Bible is considered to be the word of God. It's not just because it's based on Kemetic science, and Kemetic science, literally the language is the word of God. So back in those days, we forget this. When people were teaching the word of God, they was teaching Kemetic science, right? That's literally what the metal netch is. But no. But it's because there's only one reality. There's one system of energy cycling that sustains, creates, manifests, whatever word you want to drop in there. Right? Life comes from a place. Right? So a book like the Bible, especially after, Martin Luther and some of those guys, and I don't mean Martin Luther King, I mean the white folks, right? Because we kind of forget that there were white folks that were burned and hung and all kinds of wildness, fighting for the right to make the Bible a book that the public could read. Because the early church fathers, they didn't want anybody to read the Bible. Anybody. They didn't want anybody to read it. Because what they was doing was so contrary to what was in the book, right? And it was based on the science that they were learning from the book. They just they weren't clever enough to be able to manipulate the book, to manipulate the masses so that the masses could freely read it and still not really understand what's in it. So of course they needed to do a bunch of edits. Edits are still taking place. The book's always changing. But yeah, there's a reason why nobody was really allowed to read the book, right? So there are different levels of teaching that come out of the book. Now on the internet, the debates and all of the foolishness is because people are all at a very surface level with the understanding that's in the book. And they're arguing certain points that the upper crust, the 1%, not even the 5%, the 1% of society, if you notice, they're all religious people. It's just they study the book in a different way. It means something different. The book empowers them. Whereas for John Q. Public, the book can enslave you. The same book that can empower you can enslave you. So you've got to learn what's in there, right? So we're gonna dig up in there. We're gonna get in there.
give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave. We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium.
All right. So we got a lot of things that we gotta wrestle through. We got a lot of things we gotta wrestle through because education is a big key. Right? Education is a key in how we look at books like the Bible, theology as a whole, right? We've got to wrestle with the fact that for our ancestors, theology was science. Somewhere along the way, that science began to be hidden and manipulated for the elite or to create an elite that could rule over the masses. But in order for that to happen, they had to stay ignorant, right? So fast forward, America beginning with Harvard, you have a partitioning of the school system to keep this education gap going, right? So you have Ivy League schools, right? The Ivy League schools are created for the elite, right? The children of the elite. Then you have what's called agriculture and mechanical schools, right? So agriculture and mechanical schools are for the children of the working class, so that they could become better workers, right? Because at the time period, agriculture and mechanics was pretty much all there was. There's no computers or none of that stuff yet. There's just agriculture and mechanical stuff. Mechanical stuff is, machines and working with your hands to build stuff and all of that, right? So all of those trades, at least at the time, would fit into agriculture and mechanical stuff, right? Today, we don't really know what that is, right? We just root for maybe our basketball team or our football team, and we go, oh yeah, that's Georgia A&M. We don't know what the A&M stand for. That's how little we actually know about what's going on around us, right? We got children that may go to an A&M school, and we don't even know what the A&M stand for. There's people that have graduated from A&M schools and don't know that it's for farm workers and mechanics, right? Agriculture and mechanical schools. Now, over time, prestige has been put onto the A&M schools because the A&M schools have created wealthy people. So because the A&M schools were creating so many wealthy people, in fact, the A&M schools at one point in time were creating more wealthy people than the Ivy League schools, which created a problem that, later on we'll probably get to it, but yeah, the A&M schools will create more wealth, right? Because you have commodities, right? So one part of the stock market is companies. The other part of the stock market is commodities, right? So you have commodities, then you have oil people, right? Oil is a part of agriculture. Yeah, oil is a part of agriculture, which gets confusing because we associate oil with the extremely wealthy. But the wealth associated with oil doesn't come until there's a lot of different things that people use oil for, right? So the value of oil itself continues to go up, right? So that's another thing we got to do. There's lots of parts of this conversation we got to have, right? So like with oil, right? There's a value of oil that is the common value that people could look up and be like, oh, let's see what the cost of a barrel of oil is today, right? That's the value of oil. You look up and you just go, you Google it real quick. Google search, what's the price that oil is trading at today? And they'll tell you price per barrel or whatever the case may be. Petroleum and this and that. There's a different value. There's a value that it's not like that. You can't just look it up real quick, right? The value is how dependent is society on this item, right? So the value that oil is trading at is based on, what countries got the oil and who's using it, and who's selling it to who and blah, blah, blah. Like that's a whole nother thing. That's trade, right? That's trade, right? That's Dutch. That's the remnants of the Dutch East India Company, right? Trading a thing, right? That's a whole nother conversation, guys. But the intrinsic value of oil itself is based on how many things depend on oil, right? Like vehicles, right? Boats, trains, cars, planes, vehicles, right? How many different things are made out of oil or petroleum, derivatives, stuff that, byproducts of the oil and petroleum industry, right? So there's that value, right? So there's the value it's trading at, but then there's the value of, like, when you hear people talk about replacing oil with other stuff, it's like, it's going to need a lot of work, right? So anyway, the oil people start getting money out of agriculture because the oil comes out of the ground. You also get what else? As oil starts to go on, right? As oil starts to go on, or really as life starts to go on, right? So oil people is getting money from the agricultural side of agriculture and mechanics. Remember, we're talking about A&M schools. Now, as the mechanic side develops, right? As we start to inventing more stuff and, more metals, right? More metals become more valuable, right? Now, the oil folks that's just looking for oil, as they're digging, they starting to find metals and things like that. So now they're able to get money on the mechanical side. So you got a lot of people getting super wealthy, even flying past people in Ivy League schools. Poor people getting, going straight to wealthy in one generation. So you now need another type of school, right? You need thought leaders. You need thought leaders, right? People who can, like, be visionary. People who have such a grasp on overall science and social studies that they can blend things together and see into the future almost. Like, you need diviners. You need economic diviners, right? People who can divine economic and social information. They can see potential waves or trends before they come and capitalize, right? So now you have a third type of school come into play, right? These schools are research schools, right? So, like, you got universities for research, right? That's what that means. These are your thought leaders, right? So you got Ivy League, A&M, you got your thought leaders, and then you eventually have to have, your bottom caste of society, right? Your bottom caste of society is going to be your junior college or community college, because community college and junior college is kind of interchangeable, right? So you have those. And then I know you're saying, well, what about the people who don't go to college at all? Well, typically, those people are supposed to be your criminal element, right? Because you have to have that, especially after 1865. See, after 1865, criminals become valuable in America. So you always have to promote criminal culture so that you constantly develop new generations of criminals. It's like if you come up in the neighborhood, like if you come from the hood, right? One of the things that will shock you, is, like, how do we get new crackheads? Right? How do we get new crackheads? like my generation of kids, we grew up watching like our parents and our OGs and the people we looked up to like get obliterated by crack. So for us, we're going to make a whole bunch of mistakes. We're going to try a lot of things, but one thing is not going to be crack. Like what? So crack should have kind of had like an expiration date on it. Like how do you get new crackheads, right? Well, because for one reason or another, it looks desirable to someone. And so they try it, right? So criminality has to look good. It has to look delicious. It has to, because it has such a high value, especially post 1865. Post 1865, right? Slavery is abolished, but you still need slaves, right? What's the main thing they promote AI for, right? Free labor. Free AI assistant. What's that? Slave, right? So post 1865, slavery is abolished. The law says what? Slavery is abolished except for the convicted felon. Right? Except for the convicted felon. Right? So you have to keep a criminal, like group of people. So that way you have free labor. Right? You have cheap labor and then you have free labor. Right? And that's why even in prison, you can get educated, so that they can get better, higher quality, more efficient free labor. Duh. Right? All right. So anyway. Yup. We got the family in here. Yes, that's the drawback to Barnes and Nobles. That's the one drawback to Barnes and Nobles. You got to use a forwarding company. So you got to pay like a second shipping fee. Yeah, you got to pay a second shipping fee. So anyway, education is different for everybody based on where you're supposed to be in society. Now, the beauty is, it's not a hard caste, it's a soft caste, meaning you could jump around in the caste system, right? You can go from super wealthy to super poor criminal class, so you can go from super poor criminal class to super wealthy, right? And primarily that's about what you know and who you know. So again, education, right? Education. So anyway, let me go more or less into that in the book, but my point is, how your mind is conditioned determines what you see or what you hear, how you interpret things, right? So back to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? If you just tuned in and you missed the beginning of the video, you probably just want to you probably just want to rewind the video, or you might be a little, so you might want to just go back to the, don't try to keep up with the chat, just go back to the beginning. All right, so anyway, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? The first part gives us blood, man, and the earth, right? All kind of wrapped in there. The unifying principle of the three is magnetism, right? The unifying principle between your blood, between you as a person, your whole body, and the planet is magnetism. In fact, that's what ties us to the sun. And so we get into that, right? And iron is the thing. Iron is the thing that's making this whole magic happen, right? Iron is what comes to Earth on a meteor. Otherwise, right, if you don't start thinking outside the box, let me say that, terms like meteorology don't even make sense, right? Because most people, when you ask them what meteorology means, they say the weather, right? But if you speak to a meteorologist, the meteorologist would tell you that weather has nothing to do with space. The things that influence our weather are local, planetary, what happens with the planet, the water, the heat, blah, blah, blah. And that doesn't make any sense, because even in that conversation, and this is what meteorologists learn in school, because it's levels to this thing, like Meek said, right? The sun is the primary driver, and the sun is coming from outer space. So one of the things that's changing is, and I like to think that we have a lot to do with influencing the world in this space, is changing the way John Q. Public views theology, right? Theology is not fairy tale. Theology is science. Theology was converted into fairy tale in order to control the masses and keep them stupid. But theology originally was our ancestors. They were doing science. So nowadays people ask the question, is religion mixed with science, or was science and spirituality ever mixed together? That's the stupidest question on earth. Because there was no religion and spirituality. Those is words that we came up with now, looking in hindsight. As far as our ancestors, there was only science. Even though science is a word that's pretty new to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But the concept, the study of our environment and the stars and how did we get here and all that, that's science. That's science. So there is no spiritual book, whether it's the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, Kemetic text. There's no spiritual books that don't address the stars and the sun and the planet and the water and the this and the that and all of the things that we have given separate names of science to, and then boxed out the creative organizing intelligence. We've separated the organizing intelligence from each thing and separated them into their own space, right? So we have geology, astronomy, heliology, and, we got all these different oceanography, you know what I'm saying? Like we got all these different, but all of these things were addressed by our ancestors, one shape, form, or fashion or another, and put together the best they could. In some ways, we're ahead of them. And in many ways, they were ahead of us. You know what I'm saying? They did their best. Right? But Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 still has more for us to grab. Right? It still has more for us to grab. Because what Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 is saying is that man becomes a living soul when man participates in the creation of the atmosphere. When man is connected to the atmosphere, that's when you become a living soul. That's not just what the Bible says. That is also what, if you have any children, or if you're a doctor, a medical doctor, if you're a medical doctor, a surgeon, or you are a mother or father, you learn this. You learn this. You learn this. Grand opening, you learn this because your baby's first breath, and if your baby comes out too early, right? If you got preemies, right? They got to put your baby in the little machine with the ammonia and all that, right? Because your baby has to breathe. Your baby's not safe. Your baby's not healthy until they first breath, right? But we haven't learned much about breath, right? So it's taken us a long journey to learn about breath, because the breath is everything in regard to our overall mission, melanin versus diabetes, right? Because diabetes is all about the breath and people losing their breath. That's what diabetes is. People slowly but surely losing their ability to breathe. That's diabetes. And we've been talking about that, you know. If you don't have the book, Osiris, what is it? Osiris, Diabetes, and Respiration. I think that's the name of the book. Osiris, Diabetes, and Respiration. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. I'm always grabbing it and pulling it out. But that's the first book that we really kind of nailed that home, is diabetes in terms of the separation of breathing and metabolism, right? Separating those two things. That's where you start to get diabetes. And we went, in the subsequent books, we have went crazy on that, outlining that 1,000 different possible ways. So, you know, Osiris, Diabetes, and Respiration. And then from there, Black's Anatomy, you know, melanin is anabolic, and, you know, all of these things that, you know, we've elucidated on that, you know, because it's important. It's important. And, you know, I stumbled onto it just trying to follow metabolism, because I wanted to be deep with metabolism. And as I was studying metabolism, from the very first time you put something in your mouth and start chewing it, and the salivary glands and the melanocytes there, and they start doing their magic, releasing the enzymes and all kinds of, you know, just following metabolism all the way through the body. Metabolism disappeared at the part that I thought was most important, when it got to the cells. You know, when you get to the cells, there's no more metabolism. There's only cellular respiration. And that threw me for a loop initially, because I'm like, wait, respiration is nose, lungs, you know, nose, windpipe, lungs, heart, maybe you want to throw heart in there, but that's respiration. You know what I'm saying? So, no, the end of the road for food is cellular respiration, you know, so that just opened my mind up to the whole world of, you know, Krebs cycle, citric acid cycle, tricarboxylic acid cycle, electron transport chain, cytochrome complexes, you know, mitochondria complexes, all of those different, you know, but then, you know, as I got deeper and deeper into the study, I started realizing, okay, wait a minute. That's why this is taboo. This is taboo. This is occult science, because this is quantum mechanics. You can't even finish this study without quantum mechanics. Because once you metabolize the food, now you're dealing with electrons and protons, pure electrons and protons, and you're bouncing back and forth between quantum mechanics and biochemistry. So it's a weird space because you have electrons being released from larger atoms, right? Primarily hydrogen, but then reconnecting with oxygen and being reformed back into hydrogen atoms again. You have hydrogen being broken down, splitting the hydrogen atom, and then rebuilding the hydrogen atom. That's happening zillions of times per, moment in your body. Like, it's crazy, right? So there's that whole conversation. But then, as we continue to go deeper, and I think that's one of the things that we really nailed in that book that's on Barnes and Nobles, right? Talking about irreducible complexity, right? You are locked into an irreducibly complex system with the plant life, right? Because the plants have their process where they are taking hydrogen, right? And through their hydrogen process, right, their solar powered process, right, because the sun is made from hydrogen, right? Through their process with hydrogen, they are creating oxygen, right? We're taking that oxygen and we're doing our solar powered process and we're creating carbon, right? But we don't use the carbon, right? Which got a lot of holistic gobbledygook floating around. Shout out to Sabi, but he started it, right? Then you got a lot of illiterate people that don't read, that double down on it, like, oh yeah, I'm a carbon-based being. What? What? Everything on Earth is a carbon-based being. Rats in the sewer are carbon-based being. Like, that's not a thing. You got to stop saying that. I'm on a carbon-based diet. All foods are carbon. Yeah, Bloody steak is carbon-based. Twinkies are carbon-based. Kale is carbon-based. Apple is carbon. Saying it's carbon-based provides no specificity. It only makes you look super stupid for thinking you're sounding super smart. But yeah, it's an irreducibly complex system between, animals and plants, right? And this irreducibly complex system is what creates and sustains our atmosphere, right? Or at least a large part of it, from the inside out anyway. From the inside out, the life on Earth creates Earth's atmosphere, right? So, yeah. So there's that, right? Now, obviously, we've talked about the algae in many books already about how the algae create the atmosphere and clouds and everything, right? I am Lord Algae, right? So we've done our phycology studies. We talked about algae being the biggest producer of oxygen and clouds and all that kind of stuff, but they're still part of the life on this planet, right? So Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 is defining a living soul through the breath and participation in this atmosphere thing, right? Participation in the atmosphere, right? You're now breathing in, right? Because it starts with the breathing in, inspiration, and breathing out, right? So what amazes me is that so many people still don't understand spirituality. They speak about spirituality like it's something separate from their actual body. Like, when you talk health information, you're talking spirituality, right? That's like the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, spiritual. All that means inspiration, respiration, breathing, right? Which brings us back to the beauty of blood, right? The Hebrew language is a special language. I never, but it brings us back here because the blood is where the breathing happens. It's also where the resident magnetic cycle takes place, right? You have your brain, which is very magnetic, right? Then you have your heart, which is a zillion times more magnetic than the brain. But the brain and the heart don't work without the cycle, the flow of blood, right? The blood is carrying the oxygen via magnetism, right? The 26th element in the periodic table, right? That comes to us from outer space, right? So once we get that, right, we have to open up the conversation. Once we get that, we have to then open up the conversation, right? Once you really get, and it's your first time hearing this stuff, you haven't got it yet, but it's all right, it'll sink in. But once you get the concept that you only become a living soul when you become a part of the atmosphere, when you become a part of the breathing process, right? Now, we have another book where we talk about horizontal gene transfer in regard to Nephthys and the vulture. And anyway, we'll leave that out for now. Right? But participating in the atmosphere is when you become a living soul. Very important. Right? This is the reason why when we go to Kemetic, right? The original gods are the atmosphere. This is why I beat Jabari up so bad. This is why he had to go crazy and try to cheat so bad to win the debate, because I embarrassed him on levels that people they don't even know yet. They'll figure out as time goes by. It's going to age really well. But he was embarrassed on a multitude of levels because certain questions I asked that John Q. Public might have went over their head. But these were daggers in his heart, especially the people who consider themselves Kemetic scholars, right? When I'm asking him questions, specifically like, when you say that the Neteru represented forces, which forces were they? No, get specific. Don't just say forces. Which forces? What forces? Right? It's important. Right? It's important. Now, we had a couple of books where we were already, like I said, all of these books that it's taken us more than 100 books to tell the story. Right. But we have Yahweh is our 10. I think that's the name of that book. And then we have, I forgot the name of the other book. Yahweh is our 10. Oh, here it goes right here. No, this is Yahweh is our 10. There is another book. Here it goes right here. Boom. Atum, the primordial mound. Okay. So in these two books, we kind of start to opening this door up. You know what I'm saying? We kind of start opening this door up, right? Here, let me show those. In case you don't have these books, right? Atum, the primordial mound, right? And Yahweh is our 10, right? So if you don't have those books, go get those books, right? But we start kind of walking down this road because the original gods, right? You know, you have the Ogdod and the Enid, right? Or, right, those are the Greek names, right? The Kemetic names are the Iunu and the Kemenu, right? But those are the 8. Both of those are the 8, right? The Enid or the Iunu, you know, they're known as the 9, even though with the Kemenu is 9 also. So it's weird. Anyway, my point though is there's a difference between the two, right? The math, right? The math is important because it overlays, right? 8 twins with an extra, 8 twins with an extra, and then you get to your biology, which is based on 8 twins and an extra, right? 8 twins and a creator, 8 twins and a creator, 8 twins and a creator, if you want to do it that way, right? And Nun is the intermediary between the two, right? So you have the Kemenu, it comes first, right? And then you have Kepra, which emerges from the Kemenu. And Keper becomes Atum and Ray, and you know, so there's the Trinity thing. But from Atum, you get 8 deities, and this is where you get your atmosphere, right? You get Geb, which is Earth, right? And you get Nut, Tefnut, Shu, right? This is your atmosphere, right? And you get Ray, which is the traveling wave version of Atum, right? Who comes here, travels from the sun here to interact with the different gods and deities and people and all this and all that. But that's your atmosphere, right? That's your atmosphere, right? When you now, say for instance, you're not into the Kemetic thing. You're a Bible person. You're a Catholic. You're a Christian. You're an Israelite. You're whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're a Jewish person. You're some form of a dedicated Bible person. Well, all you would have to do is do some research on Yahweh, right? And when you do your research on Yahweh, you'll come to find that Yahweh has 2 forms in the Bible, right? Yahweh has 2 forms. In the Bible, Yahweh is a solar deity. He's a solar deity. He's described as a solar deity. But then he's also described as a storm god. As a storm god. In the Quran, it is different because in the Quran, Allah is primarily a solar deity. He is described as the cause, the primary cause of all weather. not as the weather itself, right? In the Bible, Yahweh is sometimes described as the weather, not only the cause of the weather, but also as the weather, right? In the Quran, I don't think that Allah is ever actually described as the weather, but the cause of the weather, right? Yes, shout out to Tika. Yeah, shout out to Tika. That how we get this far, right? How we get this far, and I ain't even pulled out the book. You know why? You know why I haven't pulled out the book? Because when we started the video, before I even mentioned the book, Kev said he already ordered. Kev said he already ordered his book. His book was on the way. Yeah, Kev said his joint was on the way. So, yeah, but yeah, it's on Amazon. Just in case y'all don't know, this is the book we're speaking on right now. This is the book we're talking about right now. So if you don't have this book, or if you haven't ordered it, nobody has this book. It just came out today, but go order this book. What I said, 500 pages, 454 pages to be exact. Right? So that number reads the same backwards and forwards, 454. Right? You see what it says? Cleopatra's Needles cornerstone was laid at Central Park's Graywick Knoll, close to East 81st Street. At least 9,000 Masons marched up Fifth Avenue to commemorate it with a ceremony. Crazy. Crazy. See, we got to talk about all that kind of stuff. There's so much different things in this book we got to discuss. Right? Think about that right there. They bring the obelisk up 81st Street. 8 plus 1 is 9. They make a note that 9,000 Masons were there for the cornerstone ceremony. Right? They marched up Fifth Ave, like, it's so much. It's so much. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta ask ourselves, like, what, how, what, who, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? What are these obelisks doing at certain spots? Like, why are obelisks in certain places? What are they doing there? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it has everything to do with what we're talking about right now. The education, the caste system, and all that, right? Because the whole reason is a caste system and certain information is given to certain groups and not others is, because certain information is more valuable, right? Depending on what you're supposed to be doing in society, right? And longevity is for the wealthy. Remember, health is wealth. So longevity is wealth. Health is wealth. Health is wealth is such a powerful statement. You got to ask yourself. People say, "Oh, I'm successful. I made millions of dollars playing football. I made millions of dollars in the tax market, so I'm successful." Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? Is that what success means? The word success? Does success mean you made X amount of dollars? Or we don't even know what the word success means. Again, education. Right? So all that we're going to discuss. But anyway. What was I saying? Oh, so Yahweh, storm god. right? And so it makes sense now. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, if Yahweh is a storm god, like literally the weather is manifestations of Yahweh, right? Or like I said, we go back to Kemet, the deities make up the different aspects of the atmosphere. It makes sense that you are not alive until you are somehow connected to them, right? I mean, we can take it to electronics, right? Your devices are not live, right, until they're connected to a power source, right? Right. So that's the key that we got to get. We got to get this key to understanding the atmosphere, which John Q. Public magically, listen to when I tell you this. When I tell you magically, John Q. Public has magically, like the Will Smith, the little thing, the nebulizer to make your memory go away. Poof. John Q. Public has been totally waved off from the atmosphere. The most magical thing in our existence. We don't think about it. We don't question it. We don't study it. We leave that up to other folks. We are redirected away from the atmosphere. Period. Redirected away from the atmosphere. Even though the atmosphere is the most important thing. And the atmosphere is the number one most searched item around the world every single day. The weather. Yeah, that's the atmosphere, is the weather. The weather is a manifestation of the atmosphere. So that's what you're really checking on. How's the atmosphere doing today? Number one most searched thing on the web. Now, there are some things that are searched more times than the weather, but those things don't count because those are actually other searches. Meaning, YouTube is searched more time than the weather, but YouTube is its own search engine. So platforms that have become their own search engines don't count. The weather is the most searched topic of information around the globe. It is the most important thing. Economies are born and destroyed in the weather. Economies, whole economies, are born and destroyed in the weather. So there's no manifestation of money that's more important than the weather. None. If you've seen what happens in a real disaster, then you know what happens with hospitals. Most of the people in the hospitals, their life depend on the backup generator. When the weather get crazy, the power cuts, the people in there on life support, they on backup generators. The weather is everything. The weather is going to determine the food, how the food grows, right? That's all a part of the environment, right? Even the ability to get resources, right? We don't even have technology. We don't even have machines. We don't even have computers if we don't dig up the copper from out of the ground, the silver from out of the ground. right? We got to dig these items up out of the ground. So we are 1,000% totally dependent on this atmosphere, right? And the ground would erode if not for the atmosphere. So we're speaking atmosphere proper, which is like the sky and all that. There is no ground and soil and none of that without the sky, right? Because it's the sky that is protecting the ground and the water and all that, keeping us safe in this little bubble. So if we don't have the bubble, nothing else, everything else is secondary. So the science of life, the science of power over the masses comes from that. It comes from that. Period. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 is trying to tell you that. Not just that chapter, though. All throughout. All throughout the Bible. Because again, every time you translate one of the words for spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, all those things comes back to breath or inspiration or respiration. Period. The Bible opens with separating the waters from above from the waters below. So it's not a matter of people constantly blaming the book. Oh, the book teaches you to be a slave. The book teaches you to be a victim. No. The book doesn't teach. If we want to be technical, the book doesn't teach. People study the book, then people are given a title, and that title will confuse you into believing you should be studying with this person to learn that book. And then when anything goes wrong, you don't blame the person. You don't blame the institution. You blame the book. Oh, that's a phenomenal system. But remember, I told y'all, if you missed the beginning of this video, you got to go back. Because remember, we started this conversation with Harvard, right? And the purpose for Harvard was to create ministers, right? Because it's very important that that book be taught in a very specific way. Because if it's not taught in a specific way, the caste system will collapse. The caste system will collapse. So it has to be taught in a very specific way. And it has to be, the all-out effort has to be in disconnecting the Bible from Kemet. Because the way Kemet is set up, it's very, very hard. It's much harder to mislead people with Kemetic information. Kemetic theology. Yeah, it's much harder to do that. Because you have Shu, and Shu is like, period. Shu is the god that holds up the atmosphere. So you can't even play. You can't even really play with that as much, right? The gods form the planet, the atmosphere, the forces in between, the electricity, the like it's harder to play with that. So you gotta at the same time as you create specific people to mislead people with the Bible, you've got to have people like Jabari who are in position as gatekeepers to mislead people with that, or try their best anyway. So this is why they have to introduce information into the Kemetic system that doesn't even exist there. So this is where you get Blavatsky and chakras and all of this foolishness being introduced as Kemetic science, but it has nothing to do with that. Yeah, there's no Kemetic yoga. They made that up. None of that's real, right? Your breath is to connect you to the atmosphere, right? And in the beginning was the wave. In the beginning was the wave, right? So, and we've been getting through to some of these stories, right? We've been getting through with some of these stories, laying the groundwork and the framework for, later discussions, right? So I talk about the Amduat a lot, right? I talk about the Amduat a lot. But there's a whole thing that's left out of that discussion, right? There's a whole thing that's left out of that discussion. And it is the bark of Ray, right? And now is the time that we have to have that conversation. We have to bring that into the forefront, right? And today we just kind of introducing, a bunch of the topics that we're going to be going over with the book. Just kind of like an introduction to the book. So you hurry up and get your copy. You can start studying and doing what you're supposed to do with the book. You know what I'm saying? Familiarizing yourself. But one of those things just, so the same way I spent a lot of time talking about the circulatory system in Kemet and how it was ridiculed for so long, right? Even though that was the basis for, the blood system, the circulatory system that we have today. But now that we have a deeper understanding of pigment and melanopsin and how light and magnetism work in the body, we go back in hindsight and we see that Kemet was way ahead of their time, even our time when it comes to the circulatory system. Well, we have another one of those things, right? We have another one of those things. So the solar bark of Ray, right? The solar bark of Ray, bark is boat, right? Bark is boat. The solar bark of Ray travels around Earth, right? It travels around Earth, and Ray does his ones and twos, and he battles, Apophis, and that's actual science. And it's crazy that, again, it's one of those things from 3, 4, 5,000 years ago that was discussed and taught via theology that we're just catching up to. So now that we have Winter Storm Fern, and Winter Storm Fern is almost completely a manifestation of what is called now today atmospheric rivers, right? Atmospheric rivers, right? So atmospheric rivers were discovered by indigenous people. We forget about Kemet for a second. Atmospheric rivers were discovered by indigenous people. They get a little credit, right? They get a little credit, but it was ignored by mainstream science, right? I want to say through the 80s and the 90s, indigenous people were talking about atmospheric rivers. And they had got the concept from their quote unquote ancestors. We'll leave that there, right? But it was ignored by mainstream science until more recently and given the term atmospheric river. Atmospheric river is invisible streams of water in the sky. Rivers. Bigger, larger rivers. I'm talking about moving more water than the Nile River or the Amazon, but in the sky, invisible, right? Somehow somehow Kemet had these stories. Right? Somehow Kemet had these stories. Right? So atmospheric rivers is a thing. Right? And atmospheric rivers completely is driving all of these new weather anomalies. Right? These atmospheric rivers are driving these anomalies that we see. Right? So, and then the anomalies we see are largely driving all of the economic decisions that we see happening. So we see the market going up and down and up and down and all kinds of, going across side to side. All of that behavior is based on predictive modeling. Predictive modeling. So John Q. Public has to wait until they see what's going on in order to move their money, right? And basically what moving money is about when it comes to passive investments is certain sectors of the stock market are at one time or another going up or down, right? And so the idea is you want to have your money invested in the stocks that are going up, right? And you may have your money in some stocks that are going up. And then at some point, those stocks will stop going up and they'll start going down. And other stocks will start going up, at which point you want to be in the loop in advance so you can move your money from the stocks that will trend downward and put them in the stocks that are going upward. Now, that requires a whole bunch of study and complicated. It's a whole universe, right? Of which I'm not a part of that universe, right? I did work on Wall Street. I did go to Greco, so I know a thing or two, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not in that universe, right? I teach health information. That's what I do, right? The Church of Winning That for Christ. That's what we are, you know what I'm saying? But I learned a few things, right? I learned a few things. So the weather anomalies, because weather is going to determine resource availability, and then resource availability and weather are going to determine how the corpses, the synthetic people, the dead bodies, the golems, separate you from your health, which is your wealth, right? In order for the wealth to be transferred from the living to the synthetic non-living, that part, right? Yeah, it's going to get a little spooky, right? But you got to have advanced knowledge of what's going to happen. The most important thing is the weather patterns, right? The weather patterns going to tell you everything, right? So the people who have access to that predictive modeling at that level, 3 months, 6 months ahead of things, they're going to create the trends based on the environment, the trends based on real value. The secondary trends are going to be based on speculation. And speculation in the money markets can be just as powerful as real value. Because if a bunch of people decide for whatever reason to start buying a particular, thing, the value just goes up. Not because the real value is going up of the item, but because the price is going up. Remember when we talked about oil earlier, I said there are two values. There's the trading price value, and then there's the intrinsic value based on the needs of the people. How much of a utility or resource that item is to actual living souls, right? So speculation can drive the synthetic fiat value, right? The fiat value. Oh, it's trading at 50. And then someone says something on the internet, it goes viral, and then all of a sudden it's 60, it's 80, it's 90, it's 100, it's moving. And then people see that the stock is going up, and then all of a sudden people start buying more of the stock, and the stock keeps going up. And that's how stocks usually have a little, a quick trend. And the people that understand the difference between real value and speculative value, they're able to ride that trend really quickly and jump out of it right before it turns and starts going back down again. Because if it doesn't have an intrinsic value, it will turn and go back down because it's not a utility that, So that's kind of what people was talking about. Like people was getting nervous with the Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a new thing. And the only real value it has is how much people use it. So there's a lot of speculation that was going into it. People were buying it because other people were getting rich. People were like, oh, he made a lot of money in Bitcoin, I better buy some Bitcoin. And so it's going up and up and up. But the actual use, how many ways it's being plugged into society and real people was not going up as fast as the speculative price. So there's that. And now with social media, people have a much stronger grip on creating speculative runs, right? So the people, though, that are really behind the industry, they understand the difference between speculative runs and intrinsic value, right? So tied to weather, though, is tied to the atmosphere. That's why there's one word that you use for both spaces, right? In the economic space and the money markets, they do what? They forecast. In the weather space, meteorology, they do what? They forecast. Listen, it's a coincidence, maybe. I just don't believe in coincidences. That's all. So we might be different, but I'm telling you, that's the term. Forecasting is used as a term in economics. Forecasting is used in meteorology, right? So very, 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 very important for you to understand. This is why when you see the quote unquote secret societies, a big part of the signature of quote unquote secret societies is a link between symbolism and astronomy, right? And it's always like, oh, well, look at this. They've been looking at Orion's belt, or they've been linking this to the sun, or they've been doing this with that, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but those things, if you separate weather, if you separate the soil, if you separate the oceans, if you remove the soil, the oceans, and the atmosphere, those things don't have an actual relevance. There's no sense for the elite to be studying astronomy unless they're studying the astronomy for the ability to do what? Forecast, which is a form of divination, right? Predict what's getting ready to happen before it happens, right? So this is the purpose of that, right? The purpose of astronomy, even making like structures, temples, pyramids, or Washington, D.C., right? In alignment with specific constellations, right? Or maybe even places that you don't know, like in New York, right? With the obelisk and all that, right? Is to synchronize the place, right? To synchronize the place with a specific pattern, right? Because that's the key thing to understand, is that we live in a right. The only thing that's real is traveling waves and standing waves. Traveling waves and standing waves. That's the only thing that's real. Traveling waves and standing waves. So everything else is a manifestation of traveling waves and standing waves. We live inside a system, nestled in, Russian dolls, traveling waves and standing waves. Trying to understand that system of traveling waves and standing waves is where you get predictive power from. Predictive power is the strongest power that there is, right? The ability to predict what happens next, right? That is more powerful than all the money and all the armies in the world. The ability to know what's going to happen before it happens, right? Because you can topple an army or create large sums of money just like that if you know what's getting ready to happen next before it happened, right? So this is the real look behind the curtains, right? This is the real look behind the curtains when you understand Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? The whole idea is man connecting to the atmosphere. Connecting to the atmosphere, that is the most important thing. You become a living soul when you connect to the atmosphere. And when you disconnect from the atmosphere, then you are no longer considered to be a living soul, right? You have taken your last breath, right? You have shared your last bit of carbon with the plants and the algae, right? You've given up your last bit of DNA and RNA, right? Because along with each breath you breathe out, you actually share your genetic material with the environment. And every time you breathe in, you're pulling in genetic material from the environment, right? So there's a lot that we try to unpack, you know, as we move through the book. As we move through the book, there's a lot that we try to unpack. We talk about the Dutch East India Company a little bit, right? We talk about them a little bit, only because we have to, right? In terms of like, we're talking about economics. If you're talking about economics, you have to talk about the Dutch East India Company. If you don't mention them, at least like give them an honorable mention, it's either because you are gatekeeping, right? Like Jabari. No. But yeah, either you're gatekeeping or you don't really know the history of economics, right? Because like Harvard is the first corporation or corpse in America, the first golem, right? The Dutch East India Company is the first company or corpse to like offer ownership, right? To shares, like, you know what I'm saying? Like shares. And that's where you get stocks, right? They probably need their whole own book, you know what I'm saying? But I had to give them, you know, at least an honorable mention. And that was primarily like in the conversation about the history of the dollar, right? And going into what the dollar represents, you know, because that's one of the hidden gems, is that the dollar represents Osiris anyway. Did he just made that up? Listen, many brainwashed people would say Inky just made that up. That is because they just don't know any better. But you guys can put it into the comments. Not on your life. Close my door. Thank you. How they want to try to have snack time without me? That's crazy. What time is it? It's only 1 o'clock. They are trolling. But here's the challenge. If not Osiris, right? If not Osiris, have somebody tell you exactly who. Because people will jump. Because I've had this conversation for years when I explain this to people. Because Masonry has a unique history with DC in America. And so sometimes, offline, just in conversation, I'll be building with somebody. I'll be like, well, the dollar represents, that's Kemetic also. They're like, you think everything is Kemetic. I'm like, bro, let's just have a logical discussion and apply a Cam's razor or Occam's razor, right? Let's just apply Occam's razor, right? It's a pyramid right there with an eye on top of it. We can start right there. It's a pyramid with an eye on top of it. What are we talking about? What else will we be talking about? Who else will we be talking about? Is Jesus, Allah, or Buddha synonymous with pyramids and an eye? What are we doing? Don't just say, oh, nah, it's not Osiris because blah. No. Let's just say when it says right there on the back of the dollar, in God we trust. Which God are they talking about? Which God are they talking about? Because the rest of the back of the dollar describes who it is, right? So we got to start ruling stuff out. The pyramid and the eye is not synonymous with Yahweh, Allah, Jesus, Buddha. I mean, that's the big ones. Wu, right? Wu from the East, right? Not Wu-Tang, but Wu. Which other gods are popular that are well known throughout the world would be associated with the eye and the pyramid? Come on now. And feel free to throw it in the chat if you got one. Feel free to throw it in the chat if you got one. Feel free to throw it in the chat if you got one. Right? What you got? Yeah. 13 leaves, 13 arrows, 13 steps on the pyramid, 13 stars. Yeah. Yeah, all right. We could throw Odin in the hat. But the problem is we would have to somehow connect Odin to the pyramid with the Great Pyramid of Giza. Because the Great Pyramid of Giza's it's not finished. There's no top. It's missing capstone. So the missing capstone specifically, because we got pyramids all over the world, but without the missing capstone, that's specifically the Great Pyramid of Giza. So we would have to connect Odin to the Great Pyramid of Giza. And I don't think we can connect Odin to the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's where that would be difficult. Yeah, that would be tough, to say the least, right? Not to mention the 13, the number 13. I'm not sure because I don't know all the lore associated with Odin, but I'm not sure if the number 13 plays a role in the lore surrounding Odin. So I'm sure The 9 realms. Okay, yeah. So you short. you short 4. You short like 4 realms. You short 4 realms. You know what I'm saying? And I don't listen. I don't know enough about Odin or Asgard. I just know that you're going. It's tough at the top of the universe. No, listen. Much respect to Odin, but yeah. So I think we can rule Odin out as well. I think we can rule Odin out as well, right? But we talk about that. We talk about the history of the dollar a little bit, right? We talk about the history of the dollar a little bit, because the dollar has a bunch of different stories associated with it, but none of the stories make sense, right? None of the stories associated with the dollar actually make really good sense. So you have one story where we're told that, like the symbol, the S with the lines through it, the symbol comes from a shorthand version of pesos, which is PS. That doesn't make any sense. So we kind of walk through that, but the actual term, the dollar, and as a unit for money, it goes back to the thaler, and most places on the internet they'll take you there to the thaler, the German thaler, right? But they will also leave out, the Dutch East India folks. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. That's another reason why you got to mention the Dutch East India Company, because the Dutch East India Company is the direct lineage of physical lineage of the dollar, right? And the craziest part of that is the Dutch dollar had a lion on it. Yo, you can't make this stuff up. The Dutch dollar had a lion on it. Okay. The Dutch dollar had a lion on it. You see that? Now, again, that is very interesting, because what does a lion have to do with Odin or Buddha or Jesus or Yahweh or the wheels are turning? See, of these 4 or 5 things, you can connect 1 or 2 to certain deities, but you can't connect all of these things to anybody except for Osiris. You can't connect all of these things: the pyramid, the eye, the 13, the lion, the this, the that. Just too many coincidences, right? It's too many coincidences, especially when you add in the coincidence that people, often say, right, that America is founded on masonry. which is the reason why Washington, D.C. is, the architecture is Masonic, right? And the reason why they have the obelisk from Kemet brought over here and placed in certain spaces, right? Because Masonry is Kemetic science. This is the reason why the obelisks have to be placed by Masons. Has to have a Masonic ceremony. Period. Right? That's the reason why George Washington, he had a Kemetic ceremony to turn him into a Osiris. George Washington. See, there's a lot of information. I don't know if y'all ready for it. It's all right. So there was conversations that floated around back in the days about George Washington not being the first president of America. Right? And then they was like, oh, well, there was a black president, so that's why they don't want to mention it and blah, 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 blah. It has a lot more to do with Masonry than black or white. It's not really about like race. The continental president versus this, that. No, it's not really about that. It's George Washington he was stamped as number one. He was stamped as number one because he is a Osiris. They did a Kemetic ceremony, and whatever, I'm not saying it's official, unofficial, whatever the case may be. You could debate that, debunk it, do whatever you want to do. But they turned him into a Osiris as far as they were concerned. They performed ceremonies and rituals to make him a Osiris. Osiris is the first man and the first king. So George Washington had to be considered the first king of the new empire. Right? So what George Washington represents is Osiris himself. This is why the obelisk and all those things is taken from Kemet and put in Central Park and put in, DC, and they put one over in France for the Franks. You know what I'm saying? Because the Franks are the Germans, that whole history lesson, right? And there's a time period where I think it's, what is it, Charles V? Charles V becomes the king of Europe and the Vatican at the same time, or something. It's a lot of history to it, right? But all of that history goes into what we know of as the dollar. This is why there's no such thing as the collapse of the dollar. Yo, there's no such a thing as the collapse of the dollar. Remember, there's two values. There's the seen and the unseen value, right? There's the trade value, and then there's the actual value, right? There's trade value and actual value, right? The reason why Obama pressed the button on Gaddafi is because Gaddafi was trying to mess with this. Gaddafi was trying to mess with the unseen value, right? That's where things get dangerous, right? This value, nobody cares about this value. Only the general public and people like messing around on Forex and the stock exchange and all that, they care about that because that's the price of the dollar versus other currencies, but that's not the real value of the dollar. So if that price drops, that's not the dollar collapsing. That's not the dollar collapsing. The dollar collapses if the dollar is no longer the standard fiat currency attached to global trade of money markets, right? That's the unseen value. That's the unseen utility of the dollar, is that it is the standard currency of all the world banks and oils and all that. Everything trades in dollar, period. So even when the conversation about gold, it's about how much dollars you can get for the gold. You're not going to the supermarket with gold. You're not going to buy gas with gold. Yeah. So if you had a whole bunch of gold somewhere, before you could use it, you would have to you have to take your little piece of gold and sell that and get you some dollars, and then you have to do some business, right? And then after you do your transactions, you would have to turn your dollars back into gold or whatever the case may be. But yeah, dollars is the standard trade medium, right? And that also came from the Dutch East India Company, right? Because the Dutch East India Company had a monopoly on all global trade. They made the standard of trade their own money, which was the lion dollar. It's called the lion dollar because most people couldn't pronounce the Dutch thing. And it had a picture of a lion on it. So the lion dollar, right? The lion dollar made global trade, right? It was the standard of global trade. Like now, right? Thanks to the Bohemian Grove people and all that, right? Now we have the American dollar. But American dollar is based on masonry and Kemetic science, right? So you have the Bohemian Grove people, right? And you go to Bohemian Grove, you see a big owl, right? At Bohemian Grove, there's a big owl. When you go on the back of the dollar bill, there's a hidden owl. Yeah. Right. But that owl goes back to Osiris also. Because it was the other symbol of protection used besides the scarab. Yeah. So you can look up the owl. The owl was used as protection. The owl is about the unseen seeing you, right? Like when we think about the observer effect, right? We know that the observer effect goes, you observe, you collapse the wave of potential into actuality, boom, boom. Well, when you go into the hieroglyphs, the owl is the only thing that's facing like this. So the owl is special from Kemet. They made the owl very special. Everything else in Kemet is like this. All of the faces of everything in Kemet is like this. It's sideways, right? Only the owl is like that. Right? Yeah. So, in that way, the owl is tied to okay. Oh yeah, the videos always got the info in there. The videos always got the Yeah, the videos always got to. Well, yep. He who controls the sea controls the trade. We gave an honorable mention to what's his name? Maxwell Jordan. We gave an honorable mention to him. You know, 70% of what he was talking about was pure gobbledygook and crazy, but he had some science. He had some information though, right? When he was talking about maritime and that's where you have people like Taj Tariq. When they talk about the Moorish Navy, um, Northwest Africa and Northwest Africa and the Portuguese and even the American military. You know, they have that song from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, right? Celebrating their dominance over the old navies. And then we even have the clothing company Old Navy, right? That is about these hidden histories that, Old Navy. That's why we have that. That's a thing, right? But yeah, so that's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Now trade is different. And so that's the thing with the internet is the internet has created a whole new universe. And that's another reason why the American dollar is not collapsing because like I think it's 70% of the intellectual property associated with artificial intelligence is American. So artificial intelligence around the world is largely a dollar based, right? When we talk about this part over here, the utility, as the world gets more fixed onto uh, artificial intelligence, that's a dollar thing, right? And so at some point, the dollar may transform from like a paper to a digital dollar, right? You may have that happen, but dollar in and of itself, yeah, is going to be around for the foreseeable future. It may change into something else, right? Which is why they have the Basel laws that have been coming onto the books, and we talk about the Basel laws as well in the book. There's a lot that we talk about in this book. Right? So one of the Basel laws has reinstated the value of gold in banks associated with dollars. Right? Most people think that the gold standard in America ended in the Great Depression, but that's not exactly 100% correct. Right? The gold standard really ended in 71. That's Biden and his crew. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing. You can't really get lost in the Democrat Republican thing because it's people, it's cliques. And Biden was down with Richard Nixon. So whatever Nixon was up to, Biden was, you know what I'm saying, like that's his crew. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was in the 70s that they officially separated from the gold standard. But even the Great Depression was brought about by weather. You know what I'm saying? Now they would, like the history books will say that Citibank is what caused the Great Depression, but it wasn't Citibank. It was the weather. right? The Dust Bowls. The Dust Bowls caused the Great Depression. But yeah, so we touch on the Basel laws in the book. And the Basel laws don't have anything to do with like Art Basel. So it's not Art Basel, right? The art is another thing. We talk about art though. Or at least we mention it, because art had to be created. Art had to be created as a separate type of currency for wealthy people. So that's why ugly, stupid looking paintings have so much value. You're looking at these paintings like, yo, these look stupid. It's not that I don't understand the artist. It's the painting looks stupid. Why is this painting worth 50 million or 10 million or 100 million? Like, what? This painting is stupid. You just got to know the history. The Ivy League schools created the using the concept of, using paintings as a currency. Using paintings as a currency, right? To create some value amongst themselves for exchange, because again, the agricultural mechanics and even the research students were getting too wealthy. And that's the whole concept of new money, right? The agricultural, mechanical kids that was going to those colleges, the research kids that was going to research universities, they were getting rich and wealthy, right? And those were considered to be new money as opposed to the old money, which was the Ivy Leagues. Now you have all of those families being looked at as old money, and the new money being people doing, tech, making tech money, or even the people like in the 50s and the 60s that made money from sales businesses, right? They made money off sales businesses. They were considered to be new money. Now they may be considered as old money, as the people making money off the internet and tech stuff like that. Yeah. But the cowboys still run America. That's the oil money. That's the mineral rights money. That's the farming money, the commodities. That's the old money, right? So we go into a great deal of different pockets of information. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Once we walked up off of the farms, right? Once we walked up off of the farms, because that's now now you connecting things. Now you have a need, a huge need, to teach the secrets of taking care of the land to the masses of people. So you really need agricultural universities, because at one point in time, that was the slave's job. And the black folks, they did that. A part of what they was doing was spiritual. That was spiritual for them. Their relationship with the ground and the sky and the this and the that and the other. That was all spiritual, always. It's modern science that made that look foolish to everybody else. So as the children of the Native Americans, as the children of the Africans, of the Caribbeans, as the children became more indoctrinated by the school system, they began to look at their own parents as stupid, because they were indoctrinated by the school system, which is what goes on today. Just look at the debates on the internet. Look at the debates in the quote unquote Black, Hispanic, Native community on the internet. You have the quote unquote science is not this is not science. Our ancestors didn't know any science. They were ignorant to science. That's brainwash. That's indoctrination. That's brainwash and indoctrination from the school system, which is the reason why the school system is about creating separation very early on. Very early on. When you're in elementary, middle school, they're keeping your record, right? Think about it. Who get a record? Criminals. Right? They're keeping your record though, and they're building you up so they can separate you. So by the time you get to high school, depending on where you at. Now, if you're in a private school or something like that already, or one of those Ivy League theater schools or one of the top high schools or something like that already, you already where you're supposed to be at in terms of the school system, right? But if you're in the hood, they've got to have systems to earmark certain kids, right? That's why he's a very bright student. It just so happens to be that bright is synonymous with light, intelligence, and the sun. Just a coincidence. But this is a very bright student right here. Yeah, he's brilliant. Another word synonymous with intelligence and the sun and light, right? This is a bright student. He's brilliant, right? Well, she's brilliant, right? So that student is going to be separated. All right, we're going to get you in some honors classes. We're going to get you into some, into the Macy program. We'll get you into some AP, some AP studies, or we'll get you into some pre-college courses or whatever the case may be, but they're going to separate you early, right? So that's why they start SAT testing early, right? The SAT testing is packaged to parents and to students as practice. Oh yeah, we're going to start SAT, pre-SATs and all that early. So that way, by the time you get to your senior year or whatever, you can do your best, because you'll have a lot of practice on the SAT. No, the SAT is created by and for the Ivy League students, or rather the parents. The what they call that? The alma maters. Yeah, the group of people that fund the school, right? Rich kids are typically stupid and lazy, right? So the Ivy League universities were being outperformed by the research universities and the agriculture and mechanical universities, and even some junior college kids, right? Because they got the hunger and the drive. The hunger and the drive is what their parents had, right? The parents that made the fortunes, the kids that inherit the fortunes, they don't have that. They're not hungry. They good. You know what I'm saying? So, like Michael Jordan, what is his kids doing? His kids ain't forget about it, right? So, yeah, I'm already rich forever. Like I don't have to do any work. What would I be doing work and studying hard and all that for? Like, we're going to spend our free time because we have nothing but free time, right? Free, right? Free. We don't have to exchange our time for money. That's where free time comes from, the concept anyway. Our free time, we don't have to exchange for money. So we can spend our free time doing what? Taking in the arts, right? The arts or liberal arts. What is liberal arts? bisexuality, drugs, painting, music, all those kind of things are kind of what's considered the liberal arts, because you had to have a lot of free time to indulge in that kind of stuff, right? People coming out of poverty, they don't got no free time. They got to grind, right? They got to grind, right? So anyway, these schools, in order to stop being outperformed, they created this way to spot genius and start to grabbing genius kids from every type of life, wherever you was at, black, red, yellow. If you was a genius, they wanted you, bring you over to the Ivy Leagues, right? So that way you can boost the numbers, and then not just boost the numbers, right? Not just boost the numbers. Now we got to go all the way back to the beginning of this live stream again. Remember, I said Harvard was the first corporation in America. Right? As the first corpse, right? What is their business? As a school, they pumping out ministers, right? But what's the business model? What's the business model? What's the business model? Venture capitalism. Venture capitalism. Venture capitalism is where they make risky investments on future geniuses. Yeah, future geniuses that's going to change the world. That's what they invest in. So that's the back end that you don't learn about. That's how they find the geniuses with these tests. Everybody take the test. They checking you. Yeah, whoop, bring them over. Yeah, get them. Then when you come to the school, they watching you, right? And then as soon as you come up with something that's amazing, well, the people that's going to fund it is going to be people associated with the school. Yeah. That's how I knew what Vlad was up to. Yeah. Because Vlad's school that Vlad went to primarily deals with crime and private prisons and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, whole nother conversation. Right? So if you know the history, you know what's happening now, you know what's happening in the future. Right? It only makes sense that you have to have Vlad type of platforms or even academics if you have a value for free labor and slaves. Right? But you have to make it look good so that future generations can aspire to be a slave. Right? They will aspire to be it. Little kids will grow up and be like, oh, I want to be like Jay-Z, or I want to be like Rick Ross, or I want to be like, okay, great. You just don't know what this really represents. 999 children that try to be Jay-Z, they're going to be in slaves. 1 out of 1,000 might make it to become, J. Cole or something. You know what I'm saying? But the other 999, they're going to Rikers Island. They're going to penitentiary. Yeah, they're going to be part of that number. Slavery has been abolished except for the convicted felon. You over there. Yeah, you over there. Right? So there's a lot of different things that we talk about, but it starts and is centered around this conversation of the atmosphere and spirituality. right? So we don't understand that health is wealth, right? Health is wealth. Health is wealth. The rest of the conversation doesn't make any sense. Health is wealth. So how is it possible? If health is wealth, how can you have a corpse like the Fortune 500 magazine or the Forbes? Which one of them books? Doesn't it outline the richest companies? A company is a corpse. A company can't actually have actual health, right? It's not even a real person. So how can a company be rich? There has to be a transfer of wealth from the living to this entity. There has to be a transfer of health. A transfer of health has to take. If health is wealth, a transfer of wealth means a transfer of health. Right? So this is the other side of diabetes. Right? There's a whole world that, like Harry Potter, when they go to the train station in Harry Potter, and they, like there's regular people at the train station, and then they walk through a secret entrance, and then they at the magical train station. There's a whole hidden world. But if you go back, right? If you go back 3, 4, 5,000 years, you'll notice some anomalies, right? You'll notice that sugar and diabetes begins in Kemet. Sugar and diabetes. The story of sugar and diabetes begins in Kemet. The story of economics begins in Kemet. And sugar, diabetes, and wealth are triplets. They follow each other. Nation to nation to nation to nation to nation. They follow each other. It goes together. The study of the history of diabetes is also the study of the histories of economic superpowers. It is also the history of sugar. Starting right there in Kemet. In Kemet, what did they do? They had gold, silver, and copper. Copper was the number one used money, but gold and silver was in the stash. Right? So they had what's called a debit. A debit. Like we have debit. Hello. Wakey, wakey. Is this thing on? They had the debit. We have debit. They had debit, and we got debit cards. Right? So the debit was a copper exchange. You know what I'm saying? And then you can exchange a copper for silver or gold. Right? But mind you, copper, silver, and gold are the top 3 most conductive metals. So we still have a bioelectric. There's an intrinsic value. Remember, we talked about 2 values: trade value and the unseen value to living souls, right? So there's a value that copper, silver, and gold always will have that most people won't understand unless they understand bioelectricity. Anyway, so copper, silver, and gold have always been the global economic system post-Kemet, period. What they have tried to do in certain instances is create paper and go off of the Kemetic standard. But that's another reason why the dollar bill represents Kemet, because Kemet is the blueprint for economic systems, right? When you have paper money is basically a promise to validate the receipt with copper, silver, or gold. And usually what happens is when you have too many receipts in the system, you get more receipts than actual metals can. And so you faced with one or two choices. You have to go away from the attachment of the receipts to the metals and just go with a pure promissory, straight fiat, or you have to have like a recession or depression or collapse, right? But that whole system of copper, silver, and gold, the organization of it, that starts in Kemet. But yeah, you go from Kemet to the Arabs, right? The Muslims enslaving the quote unquote Kemetic and Egyptian people, right? And I would say more so the Kemetic people than the Egyptian people, because they were doing it primarily more so with the darker people, right? Because at the time, Egypt, like now, is mixed of, white kind of people, your, light tan to dark brownish people, and then your black people, right? And that's not because there are not brown and light skinned people that are African. But again, remember, you have Kemetic, you have Kemet, and then you have Greece. And when Greece comes in, there's a lot of mixing that happens to make what's called Egypt, right? Because these are very sexual people, the Greek people. And anyway, right? So a lot of mixing happens from the time period of Kemet to Egypt. When Greece comes over and takes over, when Alexander the Great takes over with his people, that's why we get Caligula and all of these other things, because it was crazy. What we just don't see in those things was that the black women, and children for that matter, were like highly desired and sought after in that whole scenario. So this where you get later on Hottentot Venus being put in the zoo and all kind of other stuff. But diabetes, sugar, and extreme wealth has always traveled together, right? Because it's another way of making zombies in mind control, sugar, right? So you have the Arabs come in and they enslave the Egyptians and the Kemetic people. And that is the first plantations. Those are the first real sugar plantations. That's the blueprint. And then Europe takes over from them with the sugar plantations in North Africa. And then they bring the sugar plantations to the Caribbean, right? That's where the Haitian people get it. And then we see the Super Bowl, right? We see the Super Bowl with Bad Bunny. And Bad Bunny coming in, and I ain't gonna hold you. I was totally confused with Bad Bunny bringing in the sugar plantations. I didn't know if that was appropriate for Bad Bunny to bring in sugar plantations, because Bad Bunny, right? So Puerto Rico has an interesting history, right? I don't know the exact numbers, but we're just going to say half just to make it make sense. But half of Puerto Ricans are the European colonizers. The other half is the original Caribbean people and Africans and all of that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I'm looking at Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny got a lot of that colonized. I don't know. Shout out to Bad Bunny. Listen, I got Spanish people all through my, so that was important for me anyway. So at a point in my lifetime to really dig into Spanish history and figure out what was going on with Spanish folks, especially since I have Spanish children and grandchildren. But yeah, Bad Bunny brung the sugar plantations in. You know what I'm saying? Because the sugar plantations was all throughout, Puerto Rico, all throughout the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? So that's as much part of their history as anybody else. It's just interesting for them because a lot of Puerto Ricans are walking around with the blood you know, like, and the features of the people who colonized the island. And, you know, so it's wild over there. It's still, race still plays a really interesting role in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Um, but to see the sugar plantations in a halftime Super Bowl, I guess it's one of those things where I'm a little jealous. Yeah, because we should have did that first. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Bad Bunny for getting it done. He put the sugar plantation in the halftime Super Bowl show. Like that was crazy. That is a Pandora's box America's not ready to deal with. That has nothing to do with Trump or Biden. That is a historical Pandora's box. So, but we opening it in the book. Yeah, we opening it. Yeah. Because that is a rabbit hole that you have to go down in order to understand dollars and to understand global, you know, economics or money, right? Because one of the things that was interesting to me when I worked on Wall Street, it was kind of like mind blowing for me. It was kind of mind blowing for me, you know, because at the time I still had one foot into, you know, like heavy conspiracy theory craziness. So when I'm down there and I find out like America owes you know, some wild crazy number of money to China, and you know, China owes some money to some folks, and every country has this, you know, like national debt. In my mind, at that age anyway, I'm like, wait a minute. So it really is aliens? And everybody in the class look at me like I'm crazy because that seemed like it had no relevance to the conversation. This is in finance. I'm in Greco Financial Institute. And so we learning about money markets and all this stuff. And so I'm like, so it really is a such thing as aliens? And the class laugh and they look at me like, what are you talking about? You know, and I'm like, well, to me, it seems like either one of two things has to be true. Either national debt is fake or there must be aliens. Because if every country owes money to some other country, then there's really no such thing as there's no, like, the debt is fake, right? Or we must all, every nation has this debt to some alien, you know, like the Watchers on the moon or something, right? To where this national debt is a real thing. You know what I'm saying? And obviously now people get what I'm saying, but this is before social media. I was down there on Wall Street in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So this is before social media and all that. But they got videos on YouTube that kind of go into the concept of what I'm saying about the national debt being fake. Like, have you seen one of those videos? You probably seen it because they was viral for a minute, but then they faded out, right? You got a video where like it'd be like five guys, right? Be like five guys, and one guy would be like, yo, he'll look to his right and he looked to his man, he'd be like, yo, you got that $40 you owe me? And then the friend will respond back to him, nah, I don't got the 40, but I got this 20. I could put 20 on it. And he passes him the 20. And then when he grabbed the 20, the next friend looks at him and goes, yo, matter of fact, let me see if I can find one of these videos. Let me see if I can find one of these videos. Because it's a good video to show the national debt kind of philosophy. Let me see. Wow, they got this from the Three Stooges? That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know this came from the Three Stooges. That's wow. I'm trying to find one of these videos. The only thing that pop up is the Three Stooges. That's crazy.
Soon we'll be telling the whole state.
That is crazy. That is wild that this is a Three Stooges thing. I didn't know this had anything to do with the Three Stooges. That is crazy.
And speaking of money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10 and I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10 and I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20.
Here's 10, I owe you 10.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you. Good, now we're all even.
Did you get that? Did you get that? I'm like, wait a minute. This is what I'm thinking in finance class. I'm like, wait a minute. So if all these countries just owe each other, that's not like a real thing, because it's fiat currency that these just like paper receipt IOUs that's not really like real cash, like not real. Remember, there's two values: it's trade and it's real value to humans. It's over here, it's trade, which is where the conversation of gross domestic product comes in and all those other things, right? But it doesn't actually have the intrinsic value, which is why in times of, flourishing, economies are always backed by copper, silver, gold. Copper, silver, gold always will have an intrinsic human value because humans run on electricity. Copper, silver, and gold facilitate that exchange, with copper being the most important to your actual biochemistry, right? All technology now is based on copper, silver, and gold. Inside your cell phone, your laptop, there's copper, silver, and gold. In order to redo the world's energy producing systems for more electricity, you need more copper, silver, and gold. The new medicines and surgical techniques are going to be based on, they're going to require more copper, silver, and gold. And of course, iron, right? Yeah, that's the loudest whispering of all time. That is crazy. Right? But that right there is how it goes. You know what I'm saying? And I figured that out in class while we learning. I'm like, wait a minute. What is that thing you just explained right there? Because the teacher was breaking it down, and it was James Greco was our teacher. He was explaining how every country got this debt and it goes to another country. So you got the countries that you in debt to, but then you got the banking system that's printing the money or retracting the money. And I'm like, okay, so you got the banking systems over here. That's the reserve joints. And then you got the other countries that's loaning you because they're picking up your debt. They're not actually loaning you money like we loan money, right? Because you got your bonds, and your bonds is how you pay off the reserve system for your floating currency. But when your bond system get crazy, in order to save you from your currency devaluing for the trade, another country will step in and just buy up a whole bunch of your bonds. That's like investing in a country the same way you invest in a stock. You know what I'm saying? So they'll buy up a bunch of your bonds, and now you owe them. So anyway, wealth follows diabetes and sugar. Right? So it went from Kemet to the Arabs, to Europe, and then it came across the water, right? When sugar production was, the plantations was situated here. That's how you generate all the American wealth, right? Before oil and everything else, it was bodies, free labor, and sugar, right? And so the thing that has taken place from sugar per se is sugar derivatives and diabetes, right? Sugar derivatives and diabetes. 80% of the pharmaceutical industry is driven by diabetes, right? Diabetes is the primary player in obesity, cancer, heart disease, brain disease. If you take obesity, cancer, heart disease, and brain disease away, pharmaceutical companies aren't making any money. And that is based on the outdated research. Because if you add in the new research that demonstrates how much of mental illness is based on your metabolism, the number gets even crazier. So, most of the high profits that pharmaceutical companies around the world are making is based on diabetes or just poor metabolism, which you can control metabolisms by controlling sugar intake. And that brings us all the way back full circle to meteorology, right? And the conversation we've been having, because you are in a irreducibly complex relationship with what? The environment, photosynthesis, right? The primary food substrate for animals is sugar. So you can control animals, their entire bodies, mind, body, and soul, by controlling how much sugar and what type of sugar they consume. We gotta go to some. This was crazy. I did not know the Three Stooges was the first to put this out there. That's wild.
And speaking of money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10, I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20.
Here's 10, I owe you 10.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you. Here's the 10 I owe you.
Good, now we're all even.
Feeling is emerging. Life is a merger. The work is worth it. We live for the moment. Don't postpone it. Own it. Work makes sense, don't it? We live for the moment. Make your atonement. We don't condone it. You can't fake real moments. Time is frozen. Only the chosen survive the omens. Pawns are tokens. But they were broken. Sheet music on the stand, no shit still on the page. Black ink, white space trapped inside a cage. Every chord got a number, every bar got a rule of paper. Never sweater, never broke, never moved. Sales in the body, diagrams in the book. Label every organ, still don't capture the look. You can price every part, name every road. Still miss the moment around the hole. You can study the structure, memorize the design. Life don't happen in the margins or the lines. Music free, but the song costs pain. Practice every night just to win one game. You can count every piece, can't miss that spark. There's a difference between the parts and the heart. Every person gotta wrestle with the serpent. The parts don't reflect what's emerging. Price on the gear, price on the name. No price on the moment. Movie in your brain. You get on the map, still lost in the dark. There's a difference between the parts and the heart. I'm an idea, I'm a feeling, ceiling. Feeling is emerging, life is emerging. The work is worth it. We live for the moment, don't postpone it. Only work, make sense, don't we live for the moment, make your atonement. We don't condone it, you can't fake real moments. And time is frozen, only the chosen survive the omens. Pose the tokens, they were broke. Haircut 25 outfit, call folk are on the lot with the suicide dog. It gets the lights, the seat in the ground on the anthem. He can't price that sound. Pushes, draw plays, and
Melody first diabetes. We here.
rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
Your business. To mind your business. Your mind is money. Repent is your self-defense. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Dollar, dollar, dollar bill. Dollar bill, dollar bill, dollar. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream start at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on some shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the bottom, now we started from the bottom. Started from the bottom. Money's blood, a magical force. The logo when money give life to a corpse. Health is wealth, spell a glitch. If health is wealth, how does a corpse get rich? Just that Wall Street flow, baptism, homage. You know human life, stock and bondage. It's what you crave. Banks direct the way again. Banks directing the way. Built it all on dollar bills, the foundation. Every dream started at the bottom before it turned into a nation. Yeah, built it on no shortcuts, no inflation. Every dollar got a story, the currency of patience. Started from the column, now we started from the column. Who started? Started from the column, wealth is inside it. Won't mean Osiris, the first course he was doing during mean. Hear the reason for the number 13, pyramid symbolism, understand the doctrine. Knowledge branches came from like a knot in levels from the she chopped the stakes, the 13th race. After the 12 days, Osiris' days on every was gaze. The enemies, the logo stamped in gray. In the beginning was no birds, had and with. One is one is me. From Auburn, I am. One is one is me. From Auburn, I am. Every second she said it's a pit. She talk about living in sin. It was money, little long. It's just a coincidence. They religion is as strong. We got money, make money, money, money. We got money, make money, money, money. We got money, make money, money, money. Built it all on dollar bill, the foundation. Every dream's right. For it turned into a nation. Built it on with a short rush of inflation. Every dollar got a story. The currency of patience. So this walk on my vision never was. Empire built brick by brick, dollar by dollar. Now they chase 10. Hundreds for the flex. I was counting every ground. Just under respect. My befores, don't forget the time. Every night I found some feet. I don't give up with the dream. As the Christian that a breathe. I should take love, hope for paper. I seen paper turn to power. For the truth in every tower. These are veins don't sleep the hours. Residents never bring me out what you want to do with this. I'm a pretty no like to make the singers do it is. I don't work some money, I can manage. But they can work multiple lives. Dollar bills teach you economics. Plain bills teach you standards. They run it down straight to alias. Skip for a mask. different pride, but if you're going with strict in your own head, I'm going for half time. American money, your side is stand 13 is an opportunity. But you want it left for it's a tribal. Gonna build, put it all on dollar bills, foundation. Every dream inside at the bottom, for it's time inspiration. Nothing on when to start, that's no inflation. Every dollar got its story. Try to see innovation. True value is a kitchen, and mine expensive. No people convincing I'm crazy on life, blue at they go nice. The game is slice, hell is information. QRS.T is the station, free masonry is alien, got free realization. When it's one from I am it. When it's one from I am it. In a sentence, of sentences and pairs. Talk about living inside. People with the most will live in all is a Christmas, from a living in a strong. One God. One God. One God. One God. Breathe in my lungs. Breathe that you chose. I fall, I rise. You already know. Hands that are shaking. Heart that has run. Still I keep hearing only one. One God, 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 one God. Crowds and their idols, voices collide. I close my eyes, noise dies inside. Name that is steady, love that won't stop. When I am empty, you are enough. One God, 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 one God. When I'm broken, when I'm lost, still the same name on my tongue. Every season, every cause, still the same song on my tongue. One God, 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 one God. Oh, 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 oh. Same son, we live forever. Devil flag, we live forever. One law, young squad. Immortal, one God, one law. Young squad. We live forever, one God. We live forever, young squad, we never die. One God, same sun, same mind, different flag, same design. We live forever. Young squad, immortal, one God, one law. Young squad, we live forever, one God, one law. Young squad, we never die, one God. All I need is one God. All I need is one God, eh? Oh, all I need is one God, eh? Oh, all I need is one God, eh? Oh, all I need is one God, yeah. Hey, Mason City line straight, compass in the street. Obelix talking when you know how to read. Hey. DC marble glow, but the roots go deep. Before stars and stripes, kings never sleep. Ray on the sky, never blink, never tie. Pyramid rising, capstone rise high. Currency green like the guy reborn. Life in the blood every time it's torn. We never die, we live forever. Eat right, get your shit together. Holding you down, handle your business. Moving books door to door and then witness. When a witness, one witness. Holding you down, handle your business. We got the word, we got the logos. Got incorporated running promos. Yeah. They said it's new, but it's ancient code. Kemetic truth in a different role. Names change, but the symbol stay. Race still move the same way. All I need is one God. 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 Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake gold, built on the square, etching breath in the modern air. Kemetic DC, same language discreetly. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front lines. Same sun, same eye, different flag, same design. One law, young squad, immortal. One God, one law, young squad. We live forever. One God, one law, young squad. We never die, one God. Founding fathers, aprons tight, talking in symbols, never outright. Oblong square, vessel sealed. What's concealed is what's revealed. 13 steps, never random. Body reform, power tandem, falcon flying. King still reign, just swap the throne for a paper chain. Christ, armor, flesh, spark the set. Playing harvest, rep, playing charter set. Blueprint, I carve a net. One, God the grand architect. Forever meet alive, break, keep the high straight. Him, serving from 158. Hey, they pray one way, build another. Son got dressed a founding father. Different books, same divine math, same straight line, same sacred path. All I need is one God, yeah. All I need is one God, yeah. All I need is one God, yeah. All I need is one God. All I need is one God, yeah. All I need is one God. Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake gold, built on a square, etching breath in a modern era. Kemetic DC, same language discreetly. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front line. Bridge green means life, power moves, energy flows when the people choose. Not superstition, not pretend. Just old ideas that never end. Mason speaking layer tone. History carved in the bone. If you know, you know. If not, you cold. Truth don't even believe that's the post. All I need is one God. 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 Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated, divine automated. Incorporated. It's the great seal, stamped in time, iron stone, $1 sign, handshake gold, built on a square, etching breath in a modern era. Kemetic DC. Same language discreet. You can call it fate, I call it design. Truth in plain sight, front line. Same sun, same eye, different flag, same design. One law, young squad, immortal. One God, one law, young squad. We live forever. One God, one law, young squad. We never die, one God.
Hello, Dr. Enki.
Loveonometry. Say it, loveonometry. Yeah. Program it in your mind.
Count it to 4. Eyes half closed.
Melanin versus diabetes. We in here.
Still see.
Hello, Dr. Enki.
Grinding in silence, fall face down on the table. Calendar card up, turning my pain into cable. Same hoodie 3 days, but the plan always tailored. Staring at the ceiling, I can see a different layer. Stretching my thoughts out, yoga mat under the mirror. Talking to myself like we really getting it this year. Bookmarks, vision boards, little notes taped to the wall. Tiny habits, tiny wins, stacking till they feel tall. I'm amazing from every angle, a different angle, all the angles, working angles, perfect angles, what deserved it angle. Health earned it angle. It's geometry, trigonometry. Love from every angle.
Loveonometry.
Like fees paid off, now I'm paying out advances. Used to dodge calls, now I'm screening bigger chances. Meal prep, clean sink, skin clear, mind clean. Small flex, big piece, new lane, same team. Used to scroll till 3, now I journal in the quiet. Writing what I'm worth, like my name belongs beside it. Mirror got a friend, now not someone I'm trying to fix. I invest in my reflection, watch it compound brick by brick. I'm amazing from every angle, a different angle, all angles, working angles, perfect angles, but deserved it angle. Health on the angle, it's geometry. Every setback just a staircase, every breakdown just a crisp pace. For doing that on what I'm in for. Forget my past, then I ask for more. You're in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that it's on. Nothing is what it seems, $1 in a dream. You're in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that it's on. Nothing is what it seems, $1 in a dream. Pressure in the sky, feel it in my chest. Clouds roll heavy, heart don't rest. Static in the air, break before the sound. Every system waits when the silence comes around. You in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems, $1 and a dream. Not a weapon, not a throne. Time of card and flesh and bone. You don't command it, you align. Mr. Rhythm lose a sign. You in the eye of the storm, the spill of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems, $1 and a dream. Energy don't beg, it moves when it's allowed. Don't scream, he gathers in the cloud. Up and down, rooting around. Storm comes in, storm goes out. Up and down, rooting around. That's the rhythm, hear the sound. I'm the rhythm of the storm, not the strike. I'm the pause, I'm the pulse, I'm the night. Charge builds up, then it breaks, then it's gone. That's the law, everything lives on. I don't rule with force or flame. I reset the field, I call the rain. Close, it's timing. Buckets, ride, body, fall. Same old wave inside it all. Hold too tight, everything stalls. Let it flow, you'll lose it all. You in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems, $1 in a dream. Heart don't compete, conduct, signal clean. Or system I corrupt, still release, can let it clear. Every breath is a new frontier. You in the eye of the storm, style of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems, Stone go dark, flowers bloom. Heartbeats of thundertone. Stone go dark, flowers bloom. What's in the room? I'm the rhythm of the storm. Feel it now in your lungs, in the crowd, in the heart, in the wire, in the song. That's the goal, you moving on. No domination, no power. The circulation breaking down. If you ever felt reborn, you already meant to stone. Stone go dark, flowers bloom. Heartbeats of thundertone. Stone go dark, flowers bloom. Until the bloom. In the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. This is what I see. $1 and a dream. You in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 and a in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it $1 dream. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. You in the eye of the storm. It's the moment, the truth, how we live forever in my youth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a vibe, I'm a feeling. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. Nobody stopping me. A motor through intellectual property. Behind the lights, behind the camera. I'm the feeling, the words behind the ground. My call is casual. Inky is the go to cadence. Fired up quantum chemistry on my audition. Cause there's no tomorrow, so each book I write is love in a bottle. Always in lightness, spirit consciousness. Get it priceless. Oh. Shortstop, like the bully, the batter. She shortstop. 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 I'm 6 feet. She a foot shorter, but she act like I'm the one a foot smaller. It's her turn number, big things in a small package. She's strong enough to carry my whole baggage. Wildin', she dream about me and wake up smiling. It's beguiling how she press me like I'm on trialin'. I'm talking about a wave though, a frequency. Shorty on that same note, Tinkerbell energy, Pixie and designer. Attitude giant, hands on my chest like, boy be quiet. She caught a pitch, I just swing at whatever she throwing. She tell my bro, I flinch, crowd knowing like, shortstop, like the bully, the batter. She shortstop. Shortstop, like the bully, the batter. She shortstop. Little glove, big mouth. Then she tagged me out, helmet clap, said relax, then still home, never look back. She in my hoodie, but it feel like I'm a 5'0" still feel like a charger. I'm tripping, she argue the count. I just laugh while she curse them out. She say stand still, I freeze up. Tiny frame, but she ease my demons up. Poor dug out hush when she walked to the plate. She point my way, like watch me dominate. Shortstop, like the bully, the batter. She shortstop. Shortstop, like the bully, the batter. She shortstop. Love is emerging, not in fake person. Love is emerging, not in fake person. Dr. Frankenstein boss, love is God, love is for, love is hard, love is soul, love is more. Watching the wave as it float on. We live off the love of a proton. Need I go on? I hear the world through the word, books, logos, metro promo. We do drugs for love, we kill for love. Work double shifts, cleaning slush for love. Relentlessly study for proficiency. Audition me for love deficiency. Audition me for love deficiency. Oh, hard like a lab with the lights off. Who running tests on who? If every scar is a side effect, tell me what this trial gon' prove. You say love's dead in the timeline, I see it grow in the cracks. Tiny green flame in the concrete, still pushing back, still attack. We do drugs for love, we kill for love. Work double shifts, cleaning slush for love. Relentlessly study for proficiency. Audition me for love deficiency. Audition me for love deficiency. breathe in. Look, I turned out into the car. My blow floors, bare feet, steam still fogging up the mirror. I've been talking to that face, saying, you the one getting clearer. Black car, same route, same street I used to walk, bro. Not a gate slide, guard now, but the voice in my head talk the most. Hermes on the towel rack, hoodie from the year I had nothing. Wear it in the crib like armory, scar on my heart still gone, panic. Phone lit, 10 missed calls, old flame, tryna spin the block. I've been busy tryna love myself, like the only thing I never lost. I got rich in my mind first, when he came after I healed that hurt. I've been praying for my own soul, hands to get over why I go. Self-love in my lifestyle, talks out, my wins loud. I was broke in my own head, now my peace was more than a spread.
Midnight instant asphalt on the concrete tray. Meditate between meetings, close I go real fade. Dashboard look like a cockpit, still feel that boy in the bus seat. Only thing that really changed now is the way that I talk to me.
You say you good, you blessed, you up. I repeat that 3 times like a key code. Those unlocked, new crib, got a big view, but I'm focused on the inner one. Every time I pick me, whole sky, get a different song.
Reaching my mind first, when he came after I healed that hurt. I've been praying for my own soul, hands together over where I go. Self-love, my lifestyle, talks up, my wins now. I was broke in my own head, and my peace were more than straight. Breathe in, call your name, breathe out. Let go blame, breathe in. All that faith, breathe out. All that shame.
Rich folks, I want both born from the same pain. If I lost every last thing, I still talk to me the same. I don't love you loud, I love you long. In the quiet places where the nights go on, when the world gets heavy and the lights go low, I'm the hand you reach for. You already know I loved you before you knew my name. You knew my name before every loss, before every glory game, before every story that we ever told. You were in my heart, written in my soul, written in my soul. I loved you before I knew you. I will always love you. You my baby, it's crazy. I love what makes you up, all the way you sound when you snore, the good, the bad, every drop, every flaw. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Coffee on your shirt, running out the door, arguing about nothing, then we laugh some more. You fall asleep talking halfway through a thought. Oh, these are all the treasures that I never forgot. Oh, I kiss the tired lines around your eyes, hold you when your strong voice cracks and cries. If all of this faded, if it all went wrong, good or bad, every draw, every flaw. If you're ever in the dark, thinking you're alone, baby, close your eyes, you're already home. Baby, every scar, every scare, every doubt, you know I'm right there. Yeah. I'm right there. Yeah. You're never on your own. All you it's crazy. I love you the way you sound when you snore. Every draw. What's understood don't need to be said. You know who butters your bread. You live in my head. I live in your head. This a universe, mental, and instrumental. Being in tune is an accidental. It's essential. Time backwards is image. Why you think flies hang around this? It's a wonderful time to exist. Energy, aura, that's the whole vibe. That's the order. Get it? The light body's real. It's the feel, it's the sound in the seal. Now we can hear. What's understood don't need to be said. You know who butters your bread. You live in my head. I live in your head. We've been here before, right? Same step, same late night, same truths we both have high, same pull we can't deny. What's understood don't need to be said. You know, but if you're brave, you live in my head, I live in your It's the moment, the truth, how we live forever in my youth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a vibe, I'm a feeling. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. Nobody stopping me. I'm motor through intellectual property. Behind the lights, behind the camera. I'm the feel and the words behind the ground. My call is casual. Pinky is the go to cadence. Fired up quantum chemistry on my nation. Cause there's no tomorrow, so each book I write is love in a bottle. Always in lightness, here with conciseness. Get it priceless. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. see her voice, I hear her eyes. I'm in love with her mind. She's strong where I'm weak at, quiet where I speak at. She just be. My doubts collapse, heart race fast, but my hands relax. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I move without thinking, it's automatic. You magnetic, I'm drawn, I'm gone, attracted, drawn. I love you like a proton loves an electron. Move to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is no line, no birth. Oh, know that I am loving love. And we give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predicts when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. Give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen. Time is money created in the heart. Health is wealth dedicated to the small heart. The cork says no concept of time or possibility of health. Please God protect us as the dead and unliving govern the living souls that forgot their value. We don't make it rain, we make it evaporate. Ever grab the hate, help students collapse the wave. I was counting hours like they coins in the vault. Every take was a fee, every shortcut a cost. Saw my calendar bleed, still calling it grind. Lost years in the mirror, trying to purchase some shine. They told me time is a number, I felt it in veins. Every meal, every habit, either fed me or drained. See me rich in the legend, but bankrupt in breath. Heavy pockets, light posts, flirting daily with death. Learn early the body, keep records too. Every night you ignore it, it remembers you. So I stopped chasing storms just to look like it pours. Started watching the sky, how the cycle restores. Time make money, health make kings. Clock keep ticking while I stack good things. If I lose my breath, I lose everything. So I guard my desire like a wedding ring. Can't buy back a season once it's gone. Can't call that success if the heart beats wrong. If the crown costs breath, I don't want the throne. I'd rather own myself than a house of stone. I miss you like time, I can't rewind. Like health you don't value till it declines. All this gold don't glow if the soul ain't fit. What's the point of a fortune if the future's dead? I miss you like truth when the noise too loud. Like breath in the room full of bodies and doubt. They go in the air just to say you rings. I move different, yeah. I make clouds change. Time is money created in the heart. Wealth dedicated to the small. Soul on the beat, no pole in the street. Time is money, you count my heartbeat. Platinum stage, checking my waves, my heart's like 8 time. My brain creates plays. We don't make it rain, we make it evaporate. Up for grabs, I hate yoga students collapse away. I watch families fade in the chase for a name. It's learn patience from actions, called it the game. Every flight costs dinners, every win costs sleep. You don't feel the deck, don't feel the bill run deep. Saw man was full of ghosts and design a frame. People living on within the blood in their veins. A system of corpses, they don't age. They can't lose no more time, so they call it safe. When I'm flesh on rhythm, on breath and heat, I'm a man to the sun when it touches the street. I don't flex the preach and I don't worship delay. I invest in tomorrow by how I live today. If I make money, health, bacon. Clock keep thinking while I stack good things. If I lose my breath, I lose everything. So I guard my desire like a wedding ring. Real value moves cry through cells and sleep. Through loans that expand, through hells you keep. If I'm rich with empty, that's allowed defeat. I'd rather be old than forever relieved. I miss you like time, I can't rewind. Like hope you don't value till it declines. All this gold don't go if the soul ain't fit. What's point of a fortune if the future's dead? I miss you like truth when the noise too loud. Like breath in the room full of bodies and doubt. It go in the air just to say it rains. I move different, I make clouds change. Time is money created in the heart. Wealth dedicated to the small. So on the beat, on the street. Time is money, you count my heartbeat. Tracking stage, shaking my waves, my heart create. That shit don't scare me, stagnation do. Yeah, I seen what ignoring your nature to do. You could own the sea, still be lost inside. When the body's sick style, even call it alive. You weren't built to burn out for applause. You were built like cycles, effect with a cause. What's called success? Gotta pass one test. Does it let you live long enough to feel blessed? You don't make it rain, you make it evaporate. For graduate, help students collapse away. Our corpse has no concept of time, no possibility of hell. Please God protect us. The dead and non-living govern the living. Souls that forgot their value. Christ is all about the heart. Keep that in mind, the end is the stars. So if I slow down, no, it's not defeat. All the same from my pulse, what the world would need. I can't chase the storm just to look like a king. I respect out of all the learns, when to rise, when to leave. I miss you like time, I can't hear why. I hope you don't vibe me to lift your glide.
Joe.
Me, for so naughty. Load on me, yeah. Black glow, 3 a.m. Blue hue on your skin. Coffee stains, cold on the screen, but your soul in a different scene. But I'm not drip, sip, slip, net your drip. Head in the clouds, your mind. Daydreaming out of time, walking on air design. Chasing stars, floating on cloud nine. Spirit of electron cloud around a core. Waves in the dark, probability war. Every thought a charge, every trust a spark. Oxidation creep when the signal get marked. Antioxidants, hold the line, hold the line. Too much noise in the field, block the shine. Protect the cloud, let the current stay clean. Coherence, the unseen, they see you in your chair, but you're miles away. Eyes on the past, heart astray. Static in the chest, data in your veins. Trying to find a pattern in the pain. Load on me, yeah. But then I drip, sip, slip, net your drip. Head in the clouds, your mind. Daydreaming out of time, walking on air design. Chasing stars and stars, floating on cloud nine. Static fear trying to hijack the flow. I tune on the chatter, resonance grow. Phase locked heart sync, mind the code. Frequency right, chaos unfold. Feel stable, no drift in the scene. What's felt in the unseen, rendered in gleam. Observer aware of the role I play. Collapse intention, manifest today. Shift, change, same page, different sky. You stay, they fade, you still try. Guard your glow like a guarded drive. One clear pulse, keep the dream alive. Load on me, yeah. Like I drip, sip, slip, net your drip. Head in the clouds, your mind. Daydreaming out of time, walking on air design. Chasing stars, chasing stars, floating on cloud nine. Your heart desire is to quench the
quench the fire. Once upon a night, 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 once upon a night. We were atoms in a line, till your orbit crossed with mine. Once upon a time, once upon a time, we were nothing but a sign. Now we heavy intertwined. A particle said hi, my name Party. She wrote a letter, said you kinda smart. See, each of the words came out half-hearted. Still a little grin sparkling in the darky. She said I'm attracted to you, smarty. Hit him in the chest like a charge beam sharply. It was kinda sad, kinda cartoon arty. He still lit up like the first night in the city. Mr. Electric just froze, lost focus. Every little joke short-circuited, broken. And she dropped that line so simple, so ragged. He glitched for a second, stepped in her presence. She just lost it, fought it, but stayed in her orbit. Thought he could ignore it, but gravity talking. He bought every look, every laugh she tossed, and she caught every spark, kept the current locked in. Just staying engaged, two charges in phase. Turn them from a scatter into one standing wave. They giving birth to matter as their bonds get better. Tiny little crush made the whole world gather. Once upon a ride. Once upon a ride. Once upon a time, once upon a time. See a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. I see a spirit in your eye.
This better be your Valentine's Day song right here for your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your husband, your was-been, your could-have been, should-have been, would-have been. Yeah. Better come to the playlist and play this.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my pulse. Oh. No tricks, no slide, no placebo. When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so right. Every glance is a solar flare. I'm floating, but you're right there. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic, this is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. The streets over. She want a keyboard gangster, E-boy, E-boy, E-boy. She don't want a D-boy, she just want a screen need. None of the decoy, the streets over. She tapping in late to her E-boy. Yeah, yeah. She don't want a D-boy. Hard in the chat, let the keys talk. You're my ego, I'm your E-boy. But song can't be this one. We so cute, keep smiling, that's all that matters. Text kisses for real, turn my brains into scattered patterns. I feel like you know me for real. Not a story, sending all types of emojis, sending all types of emojis, yeah. It's like my phone came alive. Blue bubbles start flooding my mind. Lost my phone, thought I lost you. Staring at the couch like I lost truth. I was bugging, online loving, low-key drugging. I'm your online husband, self-stalking, timeline watching. Streets of love. Streets of love. Scroll back, midnight, same screen glow. You typing slow, I watch the 3 dots grow. If you log out, where do I go? If the app crash, do we reload? Love is emerging, not in fake persons. Love is emerging, not in fake person. Dr. Frankenstein boss. Love is God, love is force. Love is heart, love is source. Love is Mars, watching the wave as it float on. We live off the love of a proton. Need I go on? I heal the world through the word. Books, logos, nature, promos. We deal drugs for love, we kill for love. Work double shifts, cleaning sludge for love. Relentlessly study for proficiency. Audition me for love deficiency. Yeah. Heart like a lab with the lights off. Who running tests on who? If every scar is a side effect, tell me what this trial gon' prove. You say love's dead in the timelines, I see it grow in the cracks. Tiny green flame in the concrete, still pushing back, still attached, oh. Best part of waking up, blue magic in your cup, blend it up, American healer, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. The best part of waking up, blue magic in your cup. Moss gel, same was hydration, unspoken, conjures, crispers from the ocean, stay golden, gold moss, purple moss, red moss, blue, clean lungs like the morning dew, thyroid tune, iodine in the veins, boosting brain waves, no need to explain, intelligence sharp, immune on the rise, antioxidants dancing, phosphorus fly. Bone health, steady metabolism light. Every sip, every blend keeps the system tight. The best part of waking up, blue magic in your cup, blend it up, American healer, fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. The best part of waking up, blue magic in your cup. Roots so deep, they whisper to the stars. Oceans remedy bottled in jars. Natural balance, the healer's touch. Gold in the bloodstream, never too much. I dine for the genius, mind so nimble. Moss in the mix, it's more than a symbol. Every cell alive, rhythm in the blood. Sing Moss gospel, revival in the flood. From the sea to the soul it aligns, healing in the tides, energy in lines. Red moss hums, purple sings a tune, blue magic rising under crescent moon. Once upon a ride, once upon a ride. 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 A party goes at high. My name's Party. She laugh, I'm pulled to you. You're such a smarty. He tried to play it cool, but his nerves got manic. Mr. Electric shorted out. Static, static, static. He froze up, tongue-tied, unexpected. Every word he meant to say got rejected. He just lost it, fought it, still drew toward it. Spinning around the field, yeah, stuck in a orbit. He bought every joke, every side glance. She caught every spark, turned it into dance. 2 little points in a crowded place. Folding up the distance, face to face. Staying so engaged, locked in that gaze. Turning separate lines to a standing wave. Up, down, hearts in phase. Whole room bending round their ways. They're giving birth no matter when they bonds grow fatter. Tiny little crush, now a whole new chapter. From a shy hello in a noisy crowd to a universe humming, singing out loud. Once upon a
Because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a a silent mentor, kind of like, you know, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, you know, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, you know, a lot of information that, you know, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And we'll cook it. Yeah. Osborne, politics, Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle B, Long Beach Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvey. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're fairly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detox, and live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, Jennifer, Politica, Kev, Brian, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Long Beach Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Mun still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The golly, I'm in Robert Cuddy. Hot one, we styling. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Make me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat is the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Levin has got it. It's real. I give thanks. Thanks for tuning in. He's soon to win. Make sure you're doing him. Oh yeah. Make sure you're doing him. Make sure you're doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, and what? Yeah, moist. Yeah, well, I can Osborne, M4, politica. Kev, Brian, Amber, you speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Long Beach Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vice. So good it's almost a Mark Hill and Jalen's family friends. They wanna see me make ends. Help me drop a bestseller. Recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather. Still applying pressure. Yeah, blue magic matches. My bitter matches. My monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent. Push up, peak, calisthenic cow. 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication. Off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bars, rim. Osborne, M4, politica, yeah, Kev, Brian, Amber. I'm your speaker, Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Long Beach Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. Say, so good it's almost a vibe. Say, so good it's almost a vibe.
Go, man. You already know this for the family, man. Listen, and this is not for the Patreon family. Okay, this is not for the Patreon family. This is not for the book family. This is just a video for the live chat. All right, for the live chat. And I know for a certain fact that I done missed somebody's name, or I got your name, but I just couldn't fit it into a bar. You know what I'm saying? So
Don't think I forgot about you. You know what I'm saying? If you're not in the bar, Mike, it's not possible for me to miss Mike Carter, right? High Frequency TV, Inner Beauty, Steve, Regina, Smacknificent, Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? So it just, Bayot, Derek, DA, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole Hotepistan, Jack, aka Viking Hotep. Jack, I almost forgot. Jack, I was trying to find what Viking Hotep. Anyway, moving forward. Supreme, 77 figures, Sam, Sauce, Ears to the Street. You know what I'm saying? King Lemuel, you know what I'm saying? Just the people that get in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This is really just for the chat. It's for the chat family. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy from Philly who likes to, you know what I'm saying, Black Hand and all, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So this is just for the chat, because the chat feeds the energy that we need to keep teaching. So everybody owes the people that come into the chat a thank you. The Patreon family, the book family, the product family, we have different families, but everybody, we feed off the energy from the chat. So we gotta thank the chat. You know what I'm saying? Even if you haven't sent in a super chat, just saying, you need to send a super chat. You need to hit that super chat or the Cash App or something. But even if you've never done any of that, but you show up into the chat and you just keep the chat going. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. My kids appreciate you. The Patreon people that never show up in the chat because they're too busy in their life, but they support on the back end and they watch all the videos on replay. They appreciate you because you help me to do what it is I do. So, I just wanted to thank everybody that shows up in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Inner Beauty, you know what I mean? And everybody who shows up in the chat, you know what I'm saying? So if I missed your name, I apologize. But we definitely appreciate you. And you may need to show up in the chat more often.
Go watch on the deck. Inbox going crazy, but I'm breathing in my chest. Marble floors in my mind first. Had to clean the corners, had to break a curse. Same hoodie every winter, same bus. Now I'm staring at the view, learning how to trust. Yeah, I bought the thing shiny, loud, they gleams. Quiet in my spirit, feel like the real dream. I put diamonds on my doubts, let them sparkle, let them drown. Every scar I ever hated is a medal on me now. I'm the wave, I'm the tide. All this treasure from inside. If I lose it, I'm still alive. I'm the gold, I'm the phone pain, old pain in the previews. Time you, turn my heart up, new views. Hit the gym, hit the journal, that's right. Every line I write down is another deep step. Penthouse, cool, but the beats hit hard. I invest in my wrist like a blue chip charter. Eyes closed, see the safe, see the vote. Every time I second guess, I be putting my own focus. So I let it stack, it's the bruise, let it shine. What they try to take from me, I just grew it in my mind.
before I knew you. I will always love you. You my baby. It's crazy. I love what makes you a boy. The way you sound when you snore. The good, the bad, every draw, every flaw. I don't love you loud, I love you long. In the quiet places where the nights go on. When the world gets heavy and the lights go low. I'm the hand you reach for, you already know. I loved you before you knew my name. Before every loss, before every game. Before every fight that we turned to a joke. Before every dream that we said we provoked. I can feel your aura. I can hear your aura. I can see your aura. Sodom and Gomorrah. Heaven is before us. Reading the roof in the vibe. I'm at the score. Numbers in sky, yeah. Music in the air. Counting the floor dust. Calculate the odds from the way that you're caught on. Based on energy, all of the waves you're sending me. No fake chakras, real pigment, real memory. Nerve conduction, shock when you walk by. You move truth, every footstep testifies. You walk, that's aura. You talk, that's aura. For real. You work, that's aura. Every time energy transform, that's aura. Avoid ops off the muscle, cut the static, clear the tunnel. Winning score on the board now. Make America love again. From the block to the board. Lately, soft safety, they underrate me. I can feel it, they wanna snake me, play me, but degrade me. See the BS in advance, in that dance like skate key. Woo, your Reyes type players, you can't stab me in the back worse than KT. What's up, brother? I was abandoned by my mother. A bounty on my head from my lover. Smell, don't eat rice, go undercover. Keep my grace low, you mother. Experience speaking, experience teaching, holding water, same reason with the gatekeeping. When energy transforming, radiate. I smell it on you when you play a hate. Not just knowledge in the book, you can hear it when I talk, you can see it when I walk. Genuine article from New York, crunch time, clutch, shoot a spiritual sport. With the what did you thought? I was born for this, hopped the broom for this. Got married to the game, got a room for this. Two hella babies, crazy when the camera's on. Babies in daycare, all them zone. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Take my hers and get your aura up. Otherwise you boring us, read the room. What else can we say? Research solid in every way. Once in a lifetime discoveries every day. Challenging, you out and kid, I'm the most talented. Aura too loud, selling it. Way beyond what they beyond. Cash up, super chat, join us on the Patreon. Five, I can feel your aura. Five, I can hear your aura. Five, I can see your aura. Sodom and Gomorrah, the aura. Heaven is before. Five, I can feel your aura.
heaven is before. Heaven is before us, heaven is before. What's understood don't need to be said. You know who butters your bread. You live in my head. I live in your head. This a universe, mental, and instrumental. Being in tune is an accidental. It's essential. Time backwards is image. Why you think flies hang around this? It's a wonderful time to exist. Energy, aura, that's the whole vibe. That's the order. Get it, the light body's real. It's a feel, it's the sound in the seal. Now we can hear. What's understood don't need to be said. You know who butters your bread. You live in my head. I live in your head. We've been here before, right? Same steps, same late night, same truths we both have high, same pull we can't deny. What's understood don't need to be said. You know, but if you're brave, you live in my head, I live in your My system's out of order. Too many variables in play. I try to keep conditions constant, but the pressure didn't stay. I'm super saturated waiting for a moment just to breathe. Every thought's in random motion, drowning energy in me. Heart rate spiking like a reaction. I didn't plan to start. You walked in like a regent, found a weakness in my chart. I've been buffering the pain, trying not to overflow. Every time you get too close, my defenses decompose. We're chasing equilibrium, but we're never standing still. Love pulls hard like attraction. Anxiety damns my will. Some days I'm exothermic, some nights I lose my heat. I don't need perfect conditions, just someone stable next to me. I've been low like concentration, deluded in my own doubt. Mine feels was heavy like a precipitate. I can't filter out the pressure sits in slow motion, lowering my reaction rate. While anxiety's collision theory, every fear hits full speed. Oh, activation barriers, scared of what I might release. If you trigger the wrong pathway, I fall apart or I'll find peace. I've been trying to self-regulate, keep my molecules aligned, but entropy keeps whispering and waiting all the time. It's chasing equilibrium, but we're never standing still. Love pulls hard like distraction, anxiety wraps my will. Some days out, it's so perfect, it's so nice. I lose my heat, I don't need perfect conditions, just someone stable next to me. Maybe love's what I'm meant to fix me, maybe it's a catalyst. Those walls I built for fear doesn't change the chemistry, just to see it's an so raise the pressure high. Love you and just stay when I don't feel like I'll break apart. Takes an equilibrium in a world I've been wishing. Love's a force of interaction, not a cure, but a gift. My system's overloaded, I watch the fuse to sleep. Say push me through fluctuations, be my course and let me breathe. We change, if we mind, we transform. You weigh the energies in love. It's the moment, the truth. I will live forever in my youth. Yeah. I'm a vibe, I'm a feeling. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. Nobody stopping me. I'm motor through intellectual property. Behind the lights, behind the camera. I'm the feel and the words behind the ground. McCall is casual. Pinky is the go to cadence. Father of quantum chemistry audition. Poses no tomorrow, so each book I write is love in a bottle. Always enlightened. Spirit consciousness. Get it priceless. A DNNT, breathe when they enter your dome. Living document, need a body for a home. Logos talking through paper, contracts and stone. Corporation, just a spirit with a desk and a phone. They say magic fake, but the word made the block. One sentence move, armies one life, freeze and stop. Fish in the bowl, never question the water. Thing broke his luck, not the code, out of order. Ideas cash rise in the minds of the poor. Run a man till he tired, it ain't hop out the door. Parasites with a suit, feed on belief. Call it culture, call it money, call it peace. Remember me, put the pieces back right. Give thoughts some emotion, spark like a light. Osiris in fragments, ISIS made him whole. Love the current that reboots the soul. Electric catfish, shocking life in the flesh. Biosignal hit the meat, not a dead, start to flex. 12 make a system, 30 make it move. Steel frame turn motion when a mind hit the groove. Christ with the 12, same code, new skin. Word walking around earth, looking for new men. Corporations resurrected by the pen. Dead bodies stand up when the charter complete. Currency, the blood, keep the corpse on his feet. Flow stop, logo die, body rot in the street. They sell you the product, how to spell in the brand. Never teach you the language, just the work of your hands. Magic ain't tricks, it's alignment and flow. Love calm the system, let the waveform go. Idea get housed, no reality bent. That's how thoughts get rich and people pay rent. It's the moment, yeah. The truth, how I live forever in my youth. I'm a vibe, I'm a feel. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. It's the moment, the truth, how I live forever in my youth. I'm a vibe, I'm a feel. I did the impossible, the unreal is real. It's the moment, the truth, how we live forever in my youth. Hey, I'm a vibe, I'm a feel. I did the impossible, the unreal is real.
Hello, Dr. Enki.
I'm tryna be my best self, best me, it's best we, and stress leave, let's breathe, in the space where time feel irrelevant, investing in my growth, that development, I'm tryna be my best self, best me, it's best we, and stress leave, in the space where time feel irrelevant, investing in my soul, that development. I got shadows that know my name. They get louder when I'm tired or afraid, but I'm more than a voice in my head. I don't answer every lie that they say. Cut ties with the need to be right. Let go of that rush of I'm right or wrong. Ego stopping every single night, but my spirit been eating strong, staying calm. Feeding my higher frequencies, I'm achieving peace while I'm redesigning my Nobody's stopping me. I'm all through intellectual property. Yeah. Behind the eyes, behind the camera. I'm the feeling, the words behind the grammar. Call us Cajun. Inky is the go-to cadence. Father of quantum, chemistry, moderation. Moses no tomorrow. So we book our ride is love in a bottle. My ears and likeness. Get it concisely. Get it priceless. her. Eyes half closed. Future on loop. Watch it upload. Low, 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 low. Same hoodie, new vision. Scrolling through old lemons. Turned out to data every night, just beta. Wake up before the sun, clock say stop, I say run. Quiet room, loud drive, full plan in one line. I'm on my way to the top floor, same four walls, still I want more. Note that thought till it locks in, love myself, then the wind's walking. I'm on my way to the top floor, close my eyes, see the encore. Breathe that truth till it sinks in, love myself, then the wind's walking. Like bills, past due, still build, past you. Turn fear to fuel, turn pain to pools. Talk soft, heart loud, fail once, still proud. Bless the scars, bless the stress, every hit, still a flex.
Share with the root till I turn to gold. Share with the dark till I lost control. Share with the loose till I turn to gold. Share with myself till I felt like home. I'm on my way.
I don't love you loud, I love you long. In the quiet places where the nights go on. When the world gets heavy and the lights go low, I'm the hand you reach for, you already know. I loved you before you knew my name, before every loss, before every game. I loved you before I knew you. I will always love you, you my baby. It's crazy, I love what makes you a boy, the way you sound when you snore, the good, the bad, every draw, every flaw. Sunday dishes stacked by the sink, you hum off keys, you think you forget your keys, you lose your phone, but somehow you remember I hate sleeping alone. You talk through the movie, you steal the sheets, you dance in the hallway to left feet. it's crazy. I love what makes you a boy, the way you sound when you snore, the good, the bad, every draw, every flaw. Years from now, when the colors fade, when the stories blur, when the plans all change, I'll know your side. You're tired, yawn, the little things I've loved all along. Love is away, love is away, love is away, love is family, family is love, love is energy, love is God above, it's the halves getting healthy, that's the way we act. True family is the abs, we gon' build that last. Whoa, love is family. Family is love, love is energy. Love is God above. True family is the abs, healing what we lack. Love is all we have. Love is all we have. Yeah. Make America love again. Save from the block, from the mud, from the heart with America love again, love again. Get high on the drug again. Not a pill in your hand, it's a feeling when you trust your friend. Fight with all your mind when the hate start jumping. Love is spirit that got your heart pumping. Ain't that something? Can't he wait? Ain't your math in the way we pray. Wait, function. Spirit in motion. Love is the ocean. We the cousins and the brothers on the same road. Grandma in the kitchen, that's the same code. Yeah. Love is a function, family to junction. Circle so tight, turn trauma to gumption. Turn it up. Love is ride that. Love is fight back. Love is the spirit that got your heart jumping. Love is family, it's love. Love is family. Love is love is family.
Melody first diabetes. You already know what it is. We here. Time to make that.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers.
Side Side effects may include diarrhea, seizures, hair loss, eye loss, teeth loss, leg loss, divorce, getting arrested, diarrhea, death, paranoia, your friends blocking you, dizziness, prison, your eyes falling out, uncontrollable gas. You will die if you take this.
If you don't read, you don't remember who you are. Metro, Umadoo. Read the words, feel the current flow. It's how the soul remembers what it knows. If you don't build the mind, you're just air. Moving through life, feeling impaired. You gauge the man, you gauge the lane. It's a land gauge, a torch in a man cave. Where man is mine, the sands of time illuminate man. Ay. It's a land gauge, just a game of sparks. A sing with hearts and a tank with sharks. Language art, the slang is arts. Changing charts, we play our cards. Rearrange our eyes and play our parts. Taverns the chords, ways maintaining bars. It's a language art. Losers, weepers, readers, keepers, overachievers, alpha succeeders. Is you done with streets online? It's TRT and they butt cheeks. Ours like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Ours like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. And I'm reading, just scroll and react. Sell a soul for convenience, sign contracts of fact. Mine I stay and be just renting the space. Cold circuits in flesh, no spark in the face. Golems walking, program routines. Clock punch of time, punch through the screen. NPC cadence, side characters talk. Cornball confidence, no depth in the walk. Crash outs loud, but they don't build thought. Smooth brain cry like ignorance bar. Now we'll drag logic surface level on sight. They never fed the mind, so they stalling for light. Is you done with streets? Online is TRT and they butt cheeks. Cars like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Cars like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Read the words, feel the current flow. That's how the soul remembers what it knows. You don't build the map, you're just air. Moving through life, feeling impaired. Gauge your man, gauge your lane. It's a land gauge, a torch in the man cave. What man is mine, it says the time, illuminate man. It's a land gauge, it's a game of sparks. The same with heart, and the chain with sharp. The slang is bars. We play our cards, and play our bars. Sounds to core, we maintaining Mars. Slang bridge on. Losers, weepers, readers, keepers, overachievers, alpha succeeders. If you don't street online, it's TRT and they butter for cheese. Ours like bars like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Taylor. Ours like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew No books, just noise and rage. Phones and costumes, niggas stayed as a cage. Widows loud, but they don't seek truth. The be best to take over whatever's in the room. Facing intelligence, bearing in text, but delivered to death on the headline next. Electric guns come from living white. Don't jump in the mic, people say that expired. They call it sell its soul, but it's cheaper than that. I'm trading curiosity for comfort and sex. You done with streets, online is TRT and they butt cheeks. It's like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Like Candle Mace, Archie Bunker style, Andrew Tate. Archie Bunker style. Hear the current flow. That's how the soul remembers what it knows. She gon' build the mind, you're just behind it. Moving through life, feeling impaired. Gauge the man, you gauge the land, it's a land gauge. The torch in the man cave. One nigga's man, the sands the time, illuminate the man age. It's a land gauge, it's a game of sparks. Language sharp, language sharp, language arts. This language arts, yeah. Changing charts. We play our cards, we arrange our lay off bars. Waves maintain them bars.
To the language
Wow. It's comprehension. Hard on our life when no one's in midnight. What you wanna do? Yeah. Make sure we do.
I love mirrors. I love recordings of me speaking. I love me for no apparent reason. I'm priceless. My thoughts are diamonds, image and likeness. Unique, there is nobody like this.
You can't heal if you hate your own reflection. Scrolling every flaw like it's some confession. Talk big dreams, but you skip progression. How you build a life when you dodge the lesson. You can't lift that weight if you curse your frame. Flex all day, but you still feel shame. Fresh white kicks, but a rusted name. Trying new cities with the same old pain.
I love mirrors. I love recordings of me speaking. I love recordings and reason. I'm priceless. My thoughts are diamonds, image and likeness. Unique, there is nobody like this.
You can't hit that gym if you spit self-venom. Body in the mirror and you still won't let them. Stay sharp, fade, clean teeth, good linen. But you treat your soul like it's cheap, half rented. You can't grow roots if you clown your past. Trying to pour love from an empty glass. Every new we end up breaking fast. Cause you never chose you, now you finish last.
Love is the way function. Love is the organizing force. Oh yeah. Self-love, that's the engine. That's the quiet, steady source. You can't build bonds off a hollow core. You can't fake care when you feel like war. Love is the way it functions.
Self-love, open that door.
I love mirrors. I love recordings of me speaking. I love me for no apparent reason. I'm priceless. My thoughts are diamonds, image and likeness. Unique, there is nobody like this. Eyes closed, still I see it. Every loss I took had a secret in it.
Yeah. We used to talk to the mirror like, you gotta move in for. Late bills on the table, kept photo my feelings. Turn pain to a plan, took the place in the kitchen. Had the hunger in my stomach, that was first foundation. Kept receipts on my doubts, then I burned those pages. Every setback a stare, I was learning the angles. Silent nights on the couch, scrolling past vacations. At a flight board flipping with my destination. I was stuck on the why me, then which drive me. Turn my L's into light, that's how I see. Took the fear, made it fuel in the IV. Put the work and not the work, wanna find me.
360, he shifty. Trade ways with me. When I fall, he lift me. 360, 360. 360.
Wake up, deep breath, count wisdom goals. Self-love in the bank, watch the balance grow. Used to chase the clap, now I clap for myself. Hit the deal from the boat, I still paddling still. I got grace in my grip, fake in my stride. Even when I slip, that's the proof I'm alive. Every doubt in my head, just a glitch in the code. A reset, realign, and I get like a flow from the floor to the sky. That's a mindset shift, turn a crack in the walls. When skylight drip, got a light in my chest, they can never repossess. If I say I want to break, then I pick up on my steps.
Hands up, heart still. Let the fear come and let it spill. Rewire every thought that tried to case me. Rewind every word that never made me. 360, he shifts me. Trail waves with me. When I fall, he lifts me. 360, 360, 360, he shifts me. 360, he shifts me.
Red dot on the clock face. Same block. But the talk change. Same pain in a new chain. Still pray for the old days. Used to split plates. 4 spoons. 1 pop, mama folding coupons. Stretch it till it lock. Now the closet look like things we used to screenshot. Still feel broke when I circle around the speed bumps. Hard head, learn math for the dice game. Turn that, flip pain in the price range. Old homie screenshot, cry me out the frame. But my heart still part where they write names. Once you leave the hood, never turn back. I earned it, discern it. You gotta give back, live that big fact. You gotta give. No view, but the mirror show the same kid. Hand out the window, feel the wind with a rain drip. Therapy in traffic, talking to my past self. Told him when you make it, never put the back first. Paid up the lights where the roaches used to scatter. Put a coat on the block, made the loud kids faster. Got the game doing journal, not just caption. Meditate, elevate, still love action. I was up late, dark thoughts, bad habits. Now I breathe slow, catch fit and I crack it. Tattoo on my wrist, say love who you are. So I treat my people like they all born stars. From the pain now, I just sit with it, split with it. Get back, change now. Told my hood with a wave, not the background. Whole city in my veins when I cash out. Eyes closed. Breathe slow. Whole life in the review. Used to write plans on the crack screen. How I move calm through the bad dreams. Turned every later to right now. Turned every way down to lifestyle. Same hoodie, same grind, different mindset. Calendar full, but my mind's kept silent. I don't chase storms, I just outlast rain. Turn all that pressure to a last name. Top floor trends, I'm in my zone. Self-love dripping, I made it my home. I talk to the sky, answering go. Grind to the top, I already know. Grind to the top, I already know. I was counting coins in a dim room. Manifest meals from a thin spoon. Now my mirror talks sweeter than a check does. Told my shadows you can rest, you've done enough. Inbox full, but my soul say wait. If it costs peace, then the price will great. Every little win, yeah, I let that land. Kiss my own scars, shake my own hand. Top floor trends, I'm in my zone. Self-love dripping, I made it my home. I talk to the sky, answering go. Run to the top, I already know. Run to the top, I already know. Inhale, exhale. I'm the proof, not the tale. Every bitch in my past is the code that I had. I'm a script, I'm a show, I'm the gate, I'm the code that they see. Let them sleep. I was built for the deep. I was built for the deep. I was built for the deep.
We give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predicts when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fanned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the QRS.T closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Sceptra. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light, 60,000 miles every 60 seconds, throughout our vessels and caves. Amen. Tickle my piezo. Tickle my piezo, tickle my piezo, no place deep away, still on your voice, my crave. Tickle my piezo, the whole world vibrate, 9 is a wave cycle, watch the ground levitate. The wave was the Jew is God. The flow came carved in stone, then broke their yard. Life was 360s on the yard, walking circles in the dust. You thought I was a fat Roman. Gold ring, stank up, your arms electric, your magnetic pull. Revelation 118 on ice, script, flip, page full. These books saving souls on light, tingly deep in the spine. Let you speak from the margin, turn a chalk heart into a sign. Put a chalk heart into a sign. Inky books give sight to the blind, light to the mind is toward, even the plain field, whole 9, new route, same 4, 9 is the wave that cycle, backspin, backslide, back home, deaf and blind is the slave cycle, chain link carved in a phone, scroll, glow, that's false sunrise, blue twin, stuck in your eye, but your voice cut through like tide, pull me out the static and light.
because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, you know, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, you know, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, you know, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, you know, a lot of information that, you know, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah. Politic, Kev, Ryan, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lumpy Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvy. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're fairly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detoxing. Live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, and for Politica, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Munch still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The golly, I've been Robert, Cardi, Hot One. We stylin', it feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn, let me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I seen the life fiber optic, Lavin has got it. It's real, I give thanks for tuning in. He's soon to win. Make sure you doing him. Oh yeah, make sure you doing him. Make sure you doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, 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 and what? Again, boy, well, I can't. Osborne, M4, Politica, Kev, Ryan, Amber, you speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Mark Hill and Jalen's, family, friends, they wanna see me make ends. Help me drop a bestseller, recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather, still applying pressure. Yeah, blue magic netches, my bitters netches, my monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent. Push up, peak, calisthenic cow. 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication. Off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bars, bars, bars. Wham, wham. Bars, bars, bars. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, wham. Wham, wham. Osborne, M4, Paul and Tika, yeah, Kev, Ryan, Amber. I'm your speak, Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. Say, so good it's almost a vibe. Say, so good it's almost a vibe.
Let's go, man. You already know this for the family, man. This is not for the Patreon family. Okay, this is not for the Patreon family. This is not for the book family. This is just a video for